Tension bits, tension pits. Like to welcome everybody out to the makeup weekend. Today's the added points race. So at this time, if I can get all SIR staff to their positions, if I get all SIR staff to their positions. Run orders, same as yesterday. Starting with Pro, Super Pro, Testing, Sportsman, Junior Street, Street Legal, and Junior Dragster. Please make sure to come up with your calls. Also, a little reminder for all the racers. Make sure you guys come to the staging lanes that you're race ready and you got your dial-in on your car. If your dial-in's not on your car, you got to stop halfway back in the stage lanes where that pole is. There's a line painted across. That's where you have to make sure after you cross that line that your dial-in's on your car. There's no change in your dial-in past that line. So make sure when you guys come to staging lanes, you guys have your dial-ins on your car. Or stop before the line and put it on. Also a reminder, something we noticed yesterday. Safety equipment, guys. Keep your safety equipment on until you've exited the track. I got guys in the top end at the first turnoff that are already taking their helmets and that off. So that is not a good thing to be doing. Make sure you're off the track before you start taking your safety equipment off and rolling down the windows and that. So once again, run order is Pro, Super Pro, Testing, Sportsman, Junior Street, Street Legal, Junior Dragster. For the couple guys that are licensing today, whenever you guys are ready, come up and we'll run you at the end of a class. Make sure you're race ready. And if I can get all SIR staff to their positions. In just a moment or so, we will be calling Pro, so just give you guys a heads up. Also, I guess we got a couple testers might have radio tires on. We're going to let you guys run before Pro on the fresh glue. So if that's what you guys are doing, make sure when you hear Pro call, you guys come up ASAP to lane 1 and be race ready. Attention pits, attention pits. Pro, you can start making your way up to stage and lanes 5 and 6. Pro, stage and lanes 5 and 6, please.
All right, Pro, stage and lanes are open. Welcome, racers and crews. Once again, make your way down to Hector's Grub Hub. Grab something to eat from the concession before we get racing here. But, Pro, the stage and lanes are open for time trial number 1. And to the Isaacs out there, Sean Isaac, the fox is in the hen house. The fox is in the hen house. We're going to make this thing work here today, and I'm just on ecstasy here. Incredible. So, We'll tell you what's going to go on a little bit later today, but Sean, we are going to do it after the time trial. We'll probably do it before the juniors, but I'll kind of give you an instruction over the microphone. But Rachel and Sean, I'll tell you what, I am just pumped. Just pumped. Incredible. So once again, thank you so much. And the rest of you out there, you'll understand what's going on a little bit later today. So looks like we do have the points series updated here. So hopefully they got the points series on the tech board as well. We'll go over the top 5 as we go through elimination rounds here today. Once again, racers and crews, thank you for traveling. Safe travels back and safe racing here today. And everyone, let's have a great day. So, Pro, let's go. Stage and lanes are open, 5 and 6. Pro, let's go. All right, once again, Pro, let's go. 5 and 6 are open. First time trial, let's go. 5 and 6. Welcome. Looks like we got a few new racers in the pits here this morning. And a couple fallen soldiers, but either way. And I think we're back in a couple more weeks. And that will conclude our season. We still do have a couple more street legals, which will move to Sundays. But what a year. Lots of feedback about the feature, racers and crews. Incredible feedback. Everyone just pumped about it. It was a good feature. I re-announced it at Bamboo Shoots on Wednesday. It's about 3 hours, and it's mainly feature cars. So definitely got some decisions to make next year. But what an incredible feature. And the feedback is just incredible. So once again, congratulations to everyone out there to make this a success. Everyone helping, the volunteers getting this facility ready. Incredible. That's right. We got to thank you guys with the addition of the stands in the beer gardens. Just getting the place looking good. So once again, thank you to all the volunteers. All right, Pro, let's go. 5 and 6 are open. First time trial. Pro, let's go. First time trial, we are open. Let's go. All right, all staff to their positions. All staff to the positions. Pro, let's go. Stage and lanes are open. Pro, let's go. Stage and lanes are open. All right, stage and lanes filling up. Once again, Pro, let's go. Stage and lanes are open. First time trial, ready to go. All right, final call for Pro. Stage and lanes are open. First time trial, final call for Pro. All staff to the positions, ready to go. All right, sounds like we're fired up, ready to go. Once again, thank you to our friends out of Regina, Queen City Performance, sponsoring the Pro Class once again here at SIR. We did mention the banquet is at Regina this year. There is tickets available. That's Dr. Jody at the Racers Gate. And it is Saturday, November 15th, the banquet and AGM meeting. All right, our first pair for the time slips. We've got Rob Phillips out of Lloydminster, Tyson Daranoski out of Casaria. That's right, Tyson and Kaylee's and 99S10. And clean start, 063 reacts time for Rob Phillips, a 101 for Tyson. Side by side, but Phillip pulling ahead. Top end, he's through in 972, 137 miles an hour. All right, our next pair, Perry Fletcher out of White City, 64 Belvedere, with Justin Schulhauser out of Saskatoon, 78 Camaro. Well, red eye for Perry Fletcher, but boy, what a wheel stand. 053 red eye, 055 good light for Justin Schulhauser. Camaro gets to the top end first, the 936, 1017 with the red eye, Perry Fletcher. All right, our next pair, both out of Regina, Jake Fiesel with the Chevy Camaro. Dale Weiss with the Oldsmobile, and he is true old. Old school racing. Well, red eye for Dale Weiss, Jake Fiesel, 0-1. Good reaction time, Jake. Side by side. And Jake Fiesel gets through to 10:26, 10:25 for Dale Weiss. Our next pair, second generation McIntosh, Jared McIntosh out of Outlook. Getting the time slip with Anita Henry out of Dundurn. Well, couple great reaction times, 044 for Anita, 039 for McIntosh. Jared McIntosh will reach the top end first to 965, 141 miles an hour, 1061 to time for Anita Henry. Lucy, you have explaining to do. Lucy, that's right, Lou Fontaine Jr. is back. And he's naming this car, so if you got a name for the car, go around in the pits. I haven't heard if they've determined the name just yet. But we've got Lou Fontaine back with the white Grzybowski out of Martinsville, 76 Duster. Well, the 104 reaction time goes to Dwight Grzybowski, 185 for Lou Fontaine Jr., and the Falcon is through to 950, 144 miles an hour. Dwight Grzybowski's time, 1181, 113 miles an hour. All right, Rashida Grzybowski out of Warman with Mike Alexander out of Regina. We got Mopars up on the line getting the time slips. All right, Mike Alexander through to 10:03 at 010 reaction time. He's on his game. Rashina 036, 10:28. Hey, she's on her game as well. Another pair of Mopars we got out of Saskatoon. Floyd Scribner with the Pink Panther Cuda. Getting the time slip with Ryan Appleby, second generation Appleby Racing out of Regina. And watch the starting line. This is going to make a nice picture for Rich Bedford. Once again, check out Rich Bedford on Facebook. Lots of pictures, as well as Ashley Woodbine Stephenson from the feature race, but Rich this weekend. And wow. Appleby got the reaction time in 041 to an 087. And mid-track pulling away gets through. Top end, 964. 974 for Floyd Scribner. Well, Ken Daly on the line first. The white dart out of Regina. We know the car. Getting this time slip with John Martin, and I'll tell you, he went through the rounds yesterday. So good job, John Martin, going through the rounds yesterday. First call for Super Pro. First call for Super Pro is Stage and Lanes. Well, the Mustang out of Stoughton, John Martin with the red eye, 10:36 through the top bend, 013 for Ken Daly. White dart through to 10:16. All right, that is Mason, the Mongoose Boatman. I believe that car was for sale at the feature. Maybe they changed their mind, maybe not. Doesn't hurt to ask, right? Mason getting the time slip with Floyd Chappell out of Grandora, one of the old geezers. I think he's Farmer Geezer, they called him. And we do wish his son Chris and everyone else safe harvesting. Yes, you guys are hitting the fields right now. Well, Floyd Chappell, 149 reaction time. Mason, an 068. Chappell will reach the top bend first, a 931 with the Hemi Dart. 969 for Mason Boschman. Super Pro, second call, staging. Super Pro, let's go. Second call. All right, Sean Isaac out of Southern Saskatchewan, 68 Firebird. Getting the time slip at Outcast Racing. Kim Gallagher out of Saskatoon. Well, Sean Isaac out the gates a little too quick with a red eye. 015 red eye, 105 reaction time for Kim Gallagher. And the Pontiac reaches the top bend first, 896, 1106 for Kim Gallagher. All right, our next pair, the new ride out of Craven, Saskatchewan, Mark Adams. We know that guy, ran a Nova for a number of years. And getting some of the family involved with our junior street class as well. That's the junior street legal co-pilot class. Mark Adams up with Dave Fuzzy Kerr out of Regina, 62 Fury. Super Pro, let's go, Super Pro. Well, Adams leads with the red eye out of Craven. 082 reaction time for Dave Kerr. And the Camaro's a 979. 134 miles an hour. Dave Kerr through to 1219. 112 miles an hour. All right, and there's a pair up on the line. These guys have been drag racing here at SIR for a number of decades. Walter Fruit Loop Burnett's out of Bigger with the Corvette. Glenn Henry out of Dundurn with Plum Crazy the Barracuda. Super Pro, let's go Super Pro. All right, back at the track, it's a red eye for Walter Fredetz, missed it by 001. 1/1000th of a second, still got through with the vet, 1079, 1098 for Glenn Henry. All right, Harold Penner out of Martinsville. Oh, that's right, Papa Penner with the red Fairlane. Getting the time slip with the bad influence, Ryan Doherty out of Saskatoon. Well, red eye by boy Harold Penner pulling the front wheels on that one. Ryan Doherty, no 3.7 reaction time. And the red Fairlane with the red eye will get there first. 10:00, 10:69 for Ryan Doherty. So looking at the starting line, a little bit of a flutter on the flag. Maybe the air is a little bit different. I don't know, but hey, everyone's got the same conditions out there, right? First time trial of the day. All right, these racers going through the rounds yesterday. Johnson Atten out of Outlook with Brandon Bennett out of White City. And Brandon Bennett right now in third. Johnson Atten in second spot. Well, Brandon Bennett with the perfect light, 0009 through at a 9:11. 052 reaction time for Johnson Atten. The Camaro through to 10:47. But Brandon Bennett with the perfect light, first one this morning. All right, good to see Lauren Krieger back out of Viscount. He's running the Demon. Getting the time slip with Heather Bennett out of White City, and that is right. The 50-50 did get claimed. Congratulations to Heather. We're not going to tell Brandon, right? We're going to talk to him when we get to Mexico. I don't think that's going to get us to Mexico, though, Heather. Oh, well, Lauren Krieger got the reaction time on this round of 184. Lucifer through to 10:42. 10:96 the number for Heather Bennett. Final call for Super Pro. Final call for Super Pro. First call for testers 1 and 2. First call for testers 1 and 2. Final call for Super Pro. Final call for Super Pro. All right, Braden Haru right now currently in number 1 Queen City Performance Pro class. But that could change after today. And the points is not including yesterday's race. So yes, we got some upsetting of the Wranglers. So there is copies of the tech booth. Once again, the points were not updated from yesterday. And right now, Braden Haru in 035 reaction time gets through the top end at a 940, 145 miles an hour. But yes, a copy has been posted, not updated from yesterday's points. So we're just going to go off the previous point standing. And like I say, it will change next race. Tester, staging lanes 1 and 2. Tester, staging lanes 1 and 2. All right, our next pair, hey, Kim and Lorianne Bernard out of Watson, Saskatchewan. Get the time slip with Jack Appleby out of Emerald Park. And yeah, I guess the riders were there for the first half of the game yesterday. Boy, oh boy, the second half, pretty tough to watch, but I guess you know what? It is what it is. We still got a good record. We're going to go into the playoffs. Definitely got to straighten out the game, though. red light for Jack Appleby. Didn't miss it by much. 0.033, 1,000th of a second. Kevin Menard, 0.40 reaction time. Camaro through to 881, 152 miles an hour. He's on his game today. Appleby through to 919 with the red eye. But I'll tell you, he didn't miss it by much. 3/1,000ths of a second. Well, dragster with dragster this round for time slips. Bob Fiesel out of Pasqua Lake. He is in the VP fuel lane. Getting the time slip with Richard and Joan Skopik. That's right, out of Saskatoon. The new Crush It. I like it. So Richard and Joan Skopik out of Saskatoon. Bob, and that is Jake Fiesel, his son. Watching him make the pass. Testers 1 and 2. Testers, we need you in 1 and 2. Well, Skopik got the reaction time on this round in 0.13 to an 0.23. And it is Skopik there first in 8.06, 166 miles an hour. 8.77 the time for Bob Fiesel, 146 miles an hour. Final call for testers, 1 and 2. Final call for testers, 1 and 2. And Jamie Fiesel out of Pasqua Lake. Backing up that Phantom Altered. Jamie getting the time slip with Barney. That's right, Jason Howdell on Lloydminster. And good to see. Thank you, Stacy, for helping us out this weekend. She's working the ET booth. Well, Barney got the extra time, an 0.11 to an 0.42, but Fiesel mid-track pulling away. Phantom Altered crossed the line at 8.45, 152 miles an hour. 10.21 the time for Jason Howdell, 131 miles an hour. All right, final call for testers. Final call for testers. Sportsman first call. Sportsman first call. All right, we got Door Slammer with Dragster. That's right, taking Arlene Harder out of Saskatoon with the Cuda Arlene driving. Getting the time slip with Taylor Fiesel. This young man, a junior dragster driver for a number of years. Now with his own dragster in Super Pro. Well, clean start of the line. Arlene Harder got the reaction time in 0.17 to an 0.33. But Taylor Fiesel reached the top end. How about a 798? 167 miles an hour. The Door Slammer, 919. 146 miles an hour. Second call for Sportsman. Second call for Sportsman. Well, Charlie McBain warming up those rear tires on that 61 Alpine Sunbeam. She's getting the time slip with Dad. That's right, Travis McBain. They switched vehicles this year. So I like this. I'm going to do their sponsors. I just got to do it once. Snooker Shack, Napa, McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Haga Mechanical. Well, Dad got the reaction time in 013 to 057. And Travis gets there first with the dragster, 773, 172 miles an hour. Terrence time at 9:35, 145 miles an hour. Sportsman, we need you in staging. Third call for Sportsman. All right, Fred Schwab on the line first. RWH Motorsports, the AMC Hornet, getting the time slip with smiling Leroy Schmidt. And yes, thank you, Leroy, volunteering on Street Legals. Well, Leroy out the gates flew too quick. Fred Schwab almost a perfect light. 003, red eye for Leroy. Leroy crossed the line at 9:23, 10:46, the number for Fred Schwab. Licensing, you guys are up anytime. 1 and 2, licensing, you guys come up anytime. Testers, you guys come up with your class, as well as all other classes, but licensing, you guys come up whenever you're ready. And that is the RWH Motorsports dragster, Richie Harder, behind the wheel. Amy Schwab, the crew chief, on the starting line with him. Get the time slip with Sean Lasham. That's right, Sean and Cheryl Lasham out of Pilot Butte. Impressions and Thread, that's right. They are our supplier of the clothing here at SIR. They've done it for a number of years. And Sean has a lot of different race cars. I love this Slayer 2. Beautiful car. Sportsman, we need you in 5 and 6. Sportsman, 5 and 6. Well, reaction time's pretty close. 021, 024. Harder gets there first. The 769, 933 for Lachambe. All right, RJ Fife with the 1927 Roadster out of Regina. And it looks like RJ getting the time slip with Tyson Daronowski. That's right, Tyson and Kaylee's 99 S10. Final call for Sportsman, final call for Sportsman. Well, big hiccup for RJ Fife is a double red eye, but Fife would have won in this situation. Tyson with the red eye as well. They'll both get the quarter mile tickets here in 889, 1077 for Tyson. Junior Street 3 and 4 co-pilot class, first call. Junior Street co-pilot class 3 and 4, first call. All right, Scotty Yaremko going through the rounds yesterday. That's right, with that Pontiac Enzo. Getting the time slip. Hey, the newly licensed Keith Desjardins running the Malibu. Okay, we got Ed back in the car. They must be Sunday morning. I know, folks, I was okay. I was upset with the Rider game last night, but no, I did not indulge. I went to bed early last night. So Eddie Desjardins behind the Malibu. Well, Scotty Remco with the red eye, but he is out the gates. 0.25 for Eddie. And Yarenko with the red eye gets through to 8:12.944 with an 0.25 reaction time. That is Ed Desjardins. All right, the co-pilot class. There's Linda. So I think we got some grudge racing coming on here. Kaiden got an extra day on you guys. Nikita, you're going to have to step it up here, you know. We got to get the banter up between these guys, right? Mike, it's only not even 10 o'clock Sunday morning, right? Always stirring up the pot. All right, I believe it's going to be Nikki McClellan. Can you hear me, Sean? Yeah, we're going to be a go. I don't know if you heard it in the pits. We are a go. I will announce you, my friend, so we'll give you a bit of a heads up. Oh, yeah, no, I'll announce it when we're ready to go. Thank you. All right, Nikki McClellan. That's right, Riley McClellan in the back. Husband and wife race team. Huge thanks to a husband. That's right, Riley McClellan. Top Cat Tattoos, JJ's Express, Debbie Murdoch Mortgages, Lady Luck, Auto, and Rippers. So that's right, husband and wife racing team. Both running altereds. All right, Junior Street co-pilot class 3 and 4, Junior Street co-pilot class 3 and 4. All right, Nikki McClellan down the quarter mile, 10:41, 126 miles an hour. All right, final call for co-pilot class. That's right, Junior Street Legal. Final call for Junior Street Legal co-pilot class. All right, I like this. Nate Gross out of Southern Saskatchewan. He is licensing with the Firebird. And I'll tell you, he was running the old 2500 series Ram trucks. He was catching pretty good lights, but he's going to step her up with the Firebird. Some licensing passes. Got to make a number of runs down the track. He shuts her down. Not a bad first pass, right? All right, Sean. We'll talk later. Thank you, Rachel. Yes. And Nate Gross, his first licensing pass of the day with the Pontiac. All right, our next pair, Performance Plus Sportsman class. It is Chad Novak on the line, first out of Kenora with the convertible Mustang. Getting the time slip of Darren Shimko. He's out of Saskatoon. Like to thank the Mullet Mafia. We'd like to thank the Mullet Mafia. Reed Automotive as well. Well, Chad Novak got through X time in 0-1-3, but it is Shimko. And Darren will get through the quarter mile first. Orange Nova through, 12:28. Chad Novak through, 14:31. All right, Nate, first pass, first licensing. There we go. All the rest are going to be easier now. One down, a few more runs to go. So once again, licensing only. You guys come up whenever you're ready. Licensing only. All other classes, including testers, you guys come up when you're called to staging. All other classes and testers come up when you're called to staging. All right, Mopar with Mopar. Garrett Gerwing going through the rounds yesterday, 2010 Charger. He's part of the Howdle family out of Lloydminster, Alberta, but he's out of Saskatoon. So Garrett Gerwing getting the time slip with Matt Hendry with the Dodge truck. Well, reaction times 036, 035. It is Goering up at the top end, 1307. And Matt Hendry through to 1797. So Garrett right now in fifth spot. All right, the next pair approaching the starting line. Out of Regina, Chris Langdon with the 74 Duster. I'd like to thank Mary. And Chris is getting the time slip with the Superior Diesel Blazer. That, of course, that's Jay Steele. Love this truck. Remember the Outcast Racing team? Well, red eye for Jay Steele, 083 for Langdon. Chris Langdon will cross the line first, 11:55. Steele through to 13:82. All right, first call for Street Legal and Junior Dragster. First call, Street Legal and Junior Dragster. All right, our next pair. Well, I'll tell you, Evan Stephenson going into the weekend. No, the points were not updated yesterday, folks. Racers, it is from the previous races. They will be updated after this weekend. But going into it, Evan Stephenson was in third spot. Chris Langdon running a little bit earlier was in second. And we got Owen Desjardins up with Evan Stephenson getting the time slips. Well, Evan pulling away. Will cross the line first. 12:08 Vegas time. 12:17. Second call. Street Legal Junior Dragster, second call. Street Legal Junior Dragster. Well, entering this weekend, yes. Chantel Henry was going in number one. Eric Humphreys in fourth spot. But after this weekend, everything is going to change. Yesterday's points race, today's. We got Mopar with Mopar. Well, Eric Humphreys got 3x time, 0.76. And it is Chantel Henry through 12.64 to a 12.82. She just zoomed by Eric Humphreys on that run. Sportsman and Junior Dragster to the stage and lanes. Sportsman, Junior Dragster to the stage and lanes. All right, our next pair. Chad Penner on the line first. Of course, he's run this Mustang for a number of years. He's running a standard transmission. And you're going to see the grin through his helmet. He loves going down the track, going through the gears. Chad Penner getting the time slip of the man to Jessica Flamin out of Regina. Well, man of Joseph Flamin got through X time in 0.17, but they are both out the gates hard. And Chad Penner looks like he is gaining ground. No, man of Joseph Flamin through 11.68, 11.65 for Chad Penner. All right, some of our junior dragsters there. Once again, Junior Dragster and Street Legal and Junior Dragster. All right, our first pair. This is the co-pilot class. Nikita Blanchard with Kaiden Farr. Kaiden got the red eye, 0.23. Good reaction time, Nikita. 10.11 through the 8th mile, 10.22 for Kaiden with the red eye. And our next pair up, they are currently, going into the weekend. Maya Jacques and Marley Breeze, 3rd and 4th. Yesterday's ranks. Going to change the point standings a bit. And got to thank Marley Breeze and the family. They let me get my picture taken. That's right. It was Marley's birthday last weekend. She gives me a t-shirt. So Kara and Steve, thank you guys. I'm part of the team. I love it. Included in the picture yesterday. So Marley and Maya Jacques going down the 8th mile on this run. Well, red eye for Maya. Marty is on her game at 2:09 reaction time. Junior Dragster, stage in lane 1, Street Legal, and Junior Dragster. We need you in staging. All right, it is Sullivan Groff with Jack Prokopiew coming up. But Maya Jacques through with a red eye, 11:52, 9:12 for Marley Breeze, 2:09 reaction time. Gee, I didn't think Sully was going to make it. He's here. He's got the square box Chevy truck. He's going to go down the 8th mile with Jack Prokopiew. And right now, Jack is in 6th spot. So a lot of things could change. That was the points just before the weekend. It has not been updated from yesterday. And good job, guys. First time trial for you guys. All right, junior dragsters are there. Final call for Street Legal. Final call for Street Legal. I know a couple guys running different classes, so we know what's going on with that. Well, red eye for Jack Prokopiew. Sullivan Gropp, 3:29 reaction time through the 8th mile. Gets through to 8:83, 11:58 for Jack Prokopiew. All right, newly licensed. That's right, the Isaac family out of Southey, Saskatchewan. We got Dominic with Darian. And once again, economics and drag racing don't kind of go hand in hand, but in this class it will. You can run the family ride. Got to be 13 years and older. Yeah, there's a ton of paperwork, but then after that, you guys can have fun with everybody else. And Nikki McClellan making her way down the return road. And there's that diesel carbon footprint, right? Looks like Darian's going to get this round. 10:37 for Darian. Dominic through at 11:02. All right, so some of the racers know, yes, Street Legal is on deck here on staging. So if you're in Street Legal, make your way back into the staging lanes. All right, he's on the line first. The convertible Mustang out of Kenora. Chad Hot Wheels Novak getting the time slip with New York is big. But he's from bigger Saskatchewan. Walter Fruit Loop Burnetts with the Corvette. All right, Burnett's got the reaction time in 078, 158 for Chad Novak. Sullivan Gropp, we need you to come up to the tower. Sully, we need you to come up to the tower. Walter Burnett's through to 1075, 1433 for Chad Novak. So once again, anyone licensing, come up whenever you're ready. Other than that, if you are testing, come up with the other classes. Testing is a class here. So yes, we need Street Legal in staging. Sully, we need you to come up to the tower. All right, Kerry Reap out of Saskatoon, 2014 Mustang. Having a first year of drag racing, having a lot of fun. Carries up with Matt Hendry out of Dundurn to get the time slips. Well, Kerry, 031 reaction time, 090 for Hendry. And it is the Mustang there first, 1494, 1798 for Matt Hendry. Sully, we need you in the tower. Okay, you heard it. Yeah. All right, Mopar with Mopar. We are into the audio warehouse. Street legal. Evan Stephenson with the Dodge Super Coupe. Dave Leverton with the Core Rock Construction Dodge Ram. Well, Dave, almost 3/1000ths of a second, almost a perfect light, Dave. So don't let that deter you. 160 reaction time for Evan. Evan will cross the quarter mile first. Evan's through at 12:05. Dave Leverton with the red eye, 1393. You're late. We missed you yesterday. Kurt was covering for you. Don't you work at schools? Okay, a person in your household named Linda. I had two daughters, and I'll tell you what, if I ever got that phone call again, I was going to kill them both. All right, good to see Taylor. What's this, Kara Gray? I like this. It's usually Steve, but it looks like Kara's going to have some fun here today. And Taylor Jassic, good to see this young man back. Yes, junior dragster. Well, 140 reaction time goes to Taylor Jassic with the Camaro through the top end. Tiger Automotive Lane, 1373. 1655 for Kara Gray with the checkered pass taxi. All right, Shane Gropp out of Dundurn. Looks like it'd be a single pass. Well, you don't want to do that during elimination rounds there, Shane. 052 red eye, but down the quarter mile. Square box Chevy will get through the quarter mile. Runs 1350 at 99 miles an hour. Sully, we need you up in the tower, bud. Okay. All right, Kara, Gray. I love it. That looks like Steve's co-piloting one time and once again, right? Good job. Yes. Awesome job, Kara. Good to see you, Taylor. All right, second time trial. Pro 5 and 6 is ready to go. Pro 5 and 6 ready to go. Second time trial. All right, St. Groff out of Dundurn through to 13:50, 99 miles an hour. All right, Butler Byers, thank you for being on board. We've got the Battle of Ladies. Well, not yet, Mike. We're just getting time slips. But right there, that is Zoe making her way to the track. That's right. Victoria Desjardins calls her junior dragster Zoe. And she definitely wants to thank Papa. That's right. As Leah Jasic wants to thank Mom. That's right, Amanda Jasic Flamin. And there's Dad going to help out. All right, Pro, second time trial. Let's go. 5 and 6 is ready to go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Second time trial. Let's go, Pro. Second call. Well, Leia got out the gates a little too early. A red eye 072. 2:30 reaction time for Victoria. But they'll still get the time slip for the 8th mile. And top end, Leia got through to 12:01, 13:60, the number for Victoria. All right, couple cars. Pro, let's go. 5 and 6. Pro, let's go. All right, Turbo Thomas, Jasic Flamin with the single pass. That is Dad Russ helping him out on the starting line. All right, Thomas out the gates in 073 reaction time down the 8th mile. And the junior dragster will cross the line, runs 11:79, 53 miles per hour. Just going to touch up the track briefly here. Once again, Pro, let's load those staging lanes and let's go. And thank you, Mr. Dave Caster, for helping us out here this weekend as well. Stacy and everyone else. Boy, we had a lot of people helping us out with the feature as well. Stopping's always kind of hard to do here at SIR, so once again, thank you to our volunteers that help us out. Yes, we need you guys. Thank you so much for helping us. All right, we got the G family out of Rollo, Saskatchewan, doing some more testing with us. Colin and his wife. Good to see you guys. And boy, that truck, you're getting her down, but I'll tell you, you got a handful there, Colin. Keep her going, bud. Beautiful work of art, though. If you ever have a chance, check him out on Facebook. This guy's an absolute craftsman. And this truck, what he started with and what he's got right now, yeah, he's got a little bit more work ahead of him. But I'll tell you what, you've got one heck of a truck, my friend. All right, just about a couple lanes here once again. Pro, let's go. Second time trial. Pro, let's go. We're talking earlier, yes, the points series has not been updated from yesterday. It was going into the weekend. They have been posted on the tech booth. But after this weekend, the whole point series will get updated. And we'll have more of an accurate reading. Yes, this is the rain weekend, I guess. Rain out weekend. So, yes, it's been a challenge this year. But I think this weekend we're going to do okay. There's not a cloud in the sky. Yesterday, kind of a nervous day. A lot of gray clouds, but we got through it. So, I think it's going to be a great day of racing here. I think we're going to end it on a great note. Hope to anyways, right? And we do have a moment. Yes, we got a lot of racer friends. I'll tell you, farmers, these guys are out in the fields. They got to pay for the ride. So we do wish them a safe, bountiful harvest. Hopefully get the canola tariff thing all figured out. But once again, our thoughts to our farmers. Yes, we need you guys out there. And safe harvest, bountiful harvest to everyone. All right, a few more cars from Pro. Pro, let's go. Final call for Pro. Let's go. All right, the old traction compound going on the track. We're just about there, halfway. So once again, Pro, let's go. All right, yes, let's give him a hand. There's not a lot of people there, but hey, the junior dragsters making their way down. I think we missed Victoria a little earlier. Thank you, Turbo Thomas. Good job, guys. All right, so Pro, you guys should be on your way. Pro, let's get these staging lanes full. Second time trial. Queen City Performance Pro Class, second time trial. All right, looks like we're going to do a test pass first, and then we're going to get into pro, so just let you guys know. But yeah, racers, we're just about ready to go here. Just waiting for the go-ahead. Just checking out the track surface. All right, test pass for Colin G. Oh, you can see the marks just before I wrapped the 60-foot, well, midway, but I'll tell you, he laid a couple of hoof marks on that one. 8 miles of 5:49 through the quarter mile, 8:83. And I'm pretty sure he's looking for the 8-mile run, yes. All right, second time trial. That's right, Queen City Performance Pro Class. And it is Sean Isaac out of Southerly Saskatchewan, 68 Firebird getting the time slip with Tyson Daradowski. I'd like to thank his supportive wife, Kaylee. I think Sean wants to thank Rachel, right? All right, we're going to include you. You're in trouble now, Rachel. Well, red eye for Tyson. Well, double red eyes. But Sean Isaac will get to the top end of the quarter mile first. Sean's through, runs an 8:91, 150 miles an hour. 10:79 for Tyson, 124 miles an hour. All right, final call for pro. Final call for pro. All right, our next pair, Rob Phillips out of Lloydminster, Alberta, running the Pontiac Acadian. Getting the time slip. With Justin Schulhauser, love this Camaro. Pretty sure that's Rob Kobzar's old Camaro out of the Yorkton area. Well, red eye for Justin, 011. Rob Phillips, good reaction time. And our friend from Lloydminster, Alberta, will get through to 977. 937 for the Camaro out of Saskatoon with the red eye. Well, you better watch out for this Mustang out of Stoughton, Saskatchewan, John Martin. Boy, oh boy, going through the rounds yesterday. Beautiful Mustang. He's getting the time slip with Lloyd Krieger. That's right, he's got Lucifer on the license plate. And we got to get that window up. No. Well, John Martin got through X time in 096 to a 152, and it is the Mustang through for 1049, 1045 for Lauren Krieger. So once again, anyone licensing, 1 or 2 are open anytime for licensing only. Testers, you guys are a class, please come up. Testers, you guys are a class. You guys are after Super Pro. We will call you up. So licensing only can come up anytime. All other classes and testers only come up to station when you're called. All right, Floyd Chapel, old school. The Hemi Dart getting the time slip with Jared McIntosh. 66 Chevelle out of Outlook. Outlook with Grandora. Well, Chap up on the front wheels. Oh boy, 003 red eye. Jared McIntosh 019. Good reaction time for McIntosh through to 967. With the red eye, old school Chapel through to 926. Well, what do they say? Friends in the pits, competitors on the starting line. Well, they're just getting time slips, so I guess they can still be friends, right? Floyd Scribner and Lou Fontaine Jr., both members of the Smoking Guns racing team. And I'll tell you, Lou definitely wants to thank Floyd. A lot of effort put into this rebuild. And they're still trying to name this Vulcan. If you got a name, go around the pits, talk to him. He likes to name his vehicle. So Lou Fontaine Jr., Floyd Scribner with the time slips. Well, Scribner got the wheel launch on that one at 027 to a 135. And it is Luke Fontaine sneaking a 949, 969, the number on Floyd Scribner. Well, I like this matchup. We've got daughter with father. That's right, Dwight Grzybowski with Red Duster. Stolen Dignity is being driven by daughter Rashina Grzybowski. power lifter. We got family grudge racing going at the minute. Whoa, Rashina, good job. She saved that one. Well, Rashina threw it at 10:68, 11:80 the time for Dwight Grzybowski. And our next pair from Southern Saskatchewan out of White City. Yes, she did win the 50-50 yesterday, it was claimed. I still haven't heard about Fridays. We did post it. But that's the only unclaimed 50-50. That was from Friday before the feature last race. Heather Bennett out of White City getting the time slip with Regina's Mike Alexander. And Mike Alexander going into the weekend in fourth spot. And it's a red eye for Heather. Mike Alexander's on his game in 0-1-2. Top end through it at 10:06. Red eye for Heather Bennett through it at 10:98. First call for Super Pro. First call for Super Pro. All right, our next pair, both out of Regina Racers, is Jake Fiesel with his Camaro. Dale Wiesta with the Oldsmobile, and it is true Olds. Yes, all Olds. Well, Dale Wiest, 025 reaction time, 080 for Jake Super Pro. Well, Mopar with Mopar. Glenn Henry on the line first out of Dundurn with Plum Crazy. Harry Fletcher out of White City with the 64 Belvedere. Bennett's Auto Repair sponsored Belvedere. What a launch by Fletcher. Red eye for Glenn Henry. 003 red eye. How about an 002 good light for Perry Fletcher. Fletcher through the top end. 10:16. 10:39 with the red eye. Glenn Henry. Super Pro. Super Pro. 5 and 6. Let's go. Super Pro. Second time trial. Well, I believe the car was for sale at the feature. Doesn't hurt to offer it out there again. Mason the Mongoose Boatman getting the time slip with Walter Fruit Loop Burnett's with the Corvette. Martinsville with Bigger on the line. Well, reaction times, how about an 064, 066? But mid-track, Boachman leaving the track at 968. 1078 for Walter Fruit Loop Burnett's. So once again, licensing, you guys come up whenever you're ready. Licensing only. Testers come up when your class is called. And right now we're on Super Pro. Testers, you will be called up here next. All right, our next pair, it's Mopar with Mopar. Dave Kerr out of Regina, 62 Fury getting the time slip with Anita Henry out of Dundurn. Look at that, both reaction times, 0.79s. But Anita Henry mid-track pulling away with the Barracuda, gets through top end, 10.61. Dave Kerr, 12.23. Super Pro, Super Pro. Let's go, Super Pro. And once again, licensing, come up whenever you're ready. Only licensing, come up when you're ready. All right, Outcast Racing, Kim Guller out of Saskatoon. Getting the time slip with the bad influence, Ryan Doherty. He is well from Saskatoon. And Doherty sponsored by Lindo Concrete Supply. Kim Gallagher, Superior Diesel, RWH, ABS Competition, racing for Gary Waldner. Well, unfortunately, a red eye, 014 for Ryan Doherty. Doherty's got a good run down the track, top end. Doherty's through to 10:01, 11:07 for Kim Gallagher. Final call for Super Pro, final call for Super Pro. All right, our next pair from Southern Saskatchewan, Mark Adams out of Craven. And the new ride, I like it, a 67 Camaro. Every ride getting stronger, more confident. Mark Adams up with Ken Daly out of Regina, 71 Dart. And Ken Daly right now in 5th spot. And that was previously before this weekend, so a lot of things could change. And what a launch by Daly. Adams with the red eye. Side by side, Adams pulling away mid-track. Will cross the line first. 986, 1017 for our friend Ken Daly. Well, Braden Huru was number 1 going into the weekend. And yesterday, yeah, he could upset the rankings. Let's see what he does here today with the points. Braden, Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports. Thank you to Mom and Dad and Scott and Glenn Yaremko. Getting the time slip. We know this guy, second generation Appleby. Beautiful Charger out of Regina. Precision Machine, BBJ 5-Star, Bennett's Auto, and ABS Competition is sponsors. And that is Ryan Appleby pulling those wheels. Look at that, at 018 to an 005. Haru is on his game. Through at the top end at 940. 960 for Ryan Appleby. Well, Brandon Bennett was in 3rd spot. Looks like he's going to conclude our second time trial here in the Queen City Performance Pro class. Well, Brandon Bennett, almost a perfect light. 0018 red eye. Top end. 910, 147 miles an hour. First call for testers, 1 and 2. First call for testers, 1 and 2. Final call for Super Pro. Final call for Super Pro. Well, it looks like Johnson Atten is going to get a single pass here. We're going to conclude with Pro. With the Camaro out of Outlook. Well, Atten's on his game in 0.43 reaction time as he makes his way down that Tiger Automotive lane. And through the quarter mile, he gets through to 1050, 128 miles an hour. So once again, testers 1 and 2, testers 1 and 2. All right, well, we got Nate Gross out of Southie licensing right now. Well, I'll tell you that Pontiac's got a little bit more power than the big 2500 Ram truck he's been running. He still keeps her straight. How about a 997 as he shuts her down half track? All right, Bob Fiesel warming up the rear tires. 2000 dragster. And from Dalmany, good to see Cliff Horn back out with the old Daytona. Looks like Joe Bergen going to have some help with him today. And Joe Bergen, boy oh boy, the wheel stats he was doing yesterday. Congratulations. Had a big smile on his face. Testers, staging lanes 1 and 2. Testers, staging lanes 1 and 2 are open. Bob Fiesel on his game in 0.13. Reaction time 0.67 for Cliff Horn. Cliff Horn through a 9.07. 8.78 for Bob Fiesel with the dragster. Crush it. That is the dragster, Richard and Joan Skopic. Richard and Joan, sponsored by Provincial Vodka and Sewer Pole and Mechanical. Kim and Lorianne Bernard out of Watson, Saskatchewan, sponsored by Schulte Industries, Stein Electric. Well, 021, 027, top bend, scoping through, 806, 882 for Kim Bernard. Testing lanes 1 and 2, yes, staging lanes are open, 1 and 2 for testers. Licensing, you guys come up whenever you're ready. Licensing, come up when you're ready. All right, Scotty Uremko on the line first with Ed Desjardins. Ed Desjardins, Dinah Crane, Deck Brothers, Link Trailers, his sponsors. Scott Uremko, Link Rentals, Studio One, RWH Motorsports, BBJ 5-Star Laser, Auto Body, and ABS Competition. Has anybody seen Sputnik here today? Or is it Spud Nuts? Well, Ed Desjardins with the red eye, 048 reaction time for Scotty. Uremko gets through the top end at 811, 944 for Desjardins with the red eye. Testing lanes 1 and 2 are open. Testers 1 and 2 are still open. Well, Mopar with Mopar. Yes, we're going to say that a lot here today. Jason Howdle with Barney on the line. Getting the time slip of Jack Appleby out of Emerald Park. And Jason would like to thank his wife, kids, grandson, his mom and sister from Arizona. The SIR staff and in the Lord above. We would like to thank everyone like that as well. Thank you, Jason. Well, 045, 040, good reaction times. Appleby get there first to 919, 1019 for the Charger. Testers 1 and 2 are open. Testing lanes 1 and 2 are open. All right, our next pair out of the burnout box, Sean LaShawn. That's right, Sean and Cheryl out of Pilot Butte. They are the owners of Impression and Thread. They are the official supplier of clothing here at SIR. So Sean getting the time slip with Slayer 2. Leroy Schmidt. PBR auction, Kelly Solheim. Oh, it's a red eye for Leroy Schmidt, 047. Good light for Sean LaShawn, 019, top bend. Leroy gets there first with the red eye, 922, 932 for Sean LaShawn, 019 reaction time. All right, our next pair. Well, we say Mopar with Mopar. It is the AMC Hornet, Fred Schwab. RWH Motorsports getting the time slip with Arlene Harder. Getting Arlene Harder out of Saskatoon, 67 CUDA. Well, red eye for Fred Schwab, 9/1000 to the second, 009 red eye, 020 for Arlene Harder. Harder gets through the top end at 922, 1044 with the red eye, Freddie Schwab. First call for Sportsman, 5 and 6. Well, Dragster with Dragster, it is Rich Harder, RWH Motorsports Dragster in Tiger Automotive Lane. Northern Blacktop, Laser Auto Body, Triumph Construction, his sponsors. Getting the time slip with Travis McBain out of Saskatoon. Snooker Shack, Napa, McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Haga Mechanical, his sponsors. Second call for Sportsman, 5 and 6. Second call for Sportsman, 5 and 6. Well, the dreaded red eye for Travis McBain. Good reaction time for Harder in 017. Harder got there first, a 766, 174 miles an hour. Travis with the red eye through it at 775, 172 miles an hour. All right, it is RJ Fife out of the burnout box first out of Regina with the 1927 Roadster. Getting the time slip with Taryn McBain. That's right, second generation McBain Racing. Sunbeam Alpine, spots by Snooker Shack, Napa, McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Haga Mechanical. Sportsman, we need you in 5 and 6. Sportsman, 5 and 6. RJ Fife got the reaction time in 035 to 041. And the Roadster will get there first at 8:59, 9:36 for the door slammer, Karen McBain. Jamie Fiesel warming up the rear tires. Buyer Choice Home Inspections, Vote Auto Regina, his sponsors. And Jamie's getting the time slip with Caceria. That is Tyson and Kaylee Daranoski. 99 S10, Tyson behind the wheel. Well, Jamie's on his game. How about an 004 reaction time through the quarter mile? The Bantam Alternate 843, 155 miles an hour. Tyson Daranoski 155 reaction time through to 1099, 123 miles an hour. Sportsman 5 and 6. Sportsman 5 and 6. And it looks like it'll be a single pass for our friend out of Regina, Taylor Fiesel. He warmed up the back tires, sponsored by Vote Auto, Buyer's Choice Home Inspections. Once again, anyone licensing, you guys come up anytime you're ready. Licensing only. Come up to the stage lanes whenever you're ready. We're in testing right now. Testers, come up when your class is called. Sportsman, we need you in stage in 5 and 6. Sportsman, 5 and 6. Taylor Fiesel, ho ho, 005. 797, 166 miles an hour. Boy, oh boy, Dad got a good reaction time. Taylor's following suit. I like this car out of Southie. It is an 82 Mustang, Scott McKinnon. You gotta love a street car with a parachute in the back, right? License plate. Well, Scotty's still figuring it out on the starting line, loading her up. And boy, oh boy, no traction, no action on that one. And he was going 8 mile, I believe, 8:56 through the 8 mile. But you know what? The rest we're going to leave alone. All right, final call. Let's go, Sportsman. Final call for Sportsman. All right, Nikki McClellan up for a second pass. She's out of Aberdeen. Her and her husband, Riley McClellan. Race team, huge thanks to her husband, absolutely. Top Cat Tattoos, JJ's Express, Deb Murdoch Mortgages, and Lady Luck Auto, and the Rippers. And yeah, we got to thank Lady Luck Automotive. Yes, Trevor and the crew, Coralie, had the hayride a few weeks ago. Had a 50-50, donated some money to SIR. Thank you so much, guys. Well, Nikki McClellan getting down that track, gets through to 981, 134 miles an hour. All right, the Flying Flamin out of Regina. He's looking at conditions today. He's going to back her up. And maybe he's doing the 8 mile test. He's going to go full quarter mile, maybe. He's going to see how it is. But I'll tell you what, Russ, the Flying Flamin has broke the 7-second barrier, broke the 200 mile per hour barrier. He just wants to do it on a consistent basis, right? Well, he's got traction. How about action? Oh, 730, 141 miles an hour. But boy, oh boy, he was just gripping that track on the starting line. All right, word is he's still working on the 8th mile, but I'll tell you what a run. 442 in the 8th mile, 730. Yes, he shut her down. First call for Junior Street, 3 and 4, the co-pilot class. Final call for Sportsman, final call for Sportsman. Okay, could be your daddy's Cadillac. Kelly Neufield's got a very quick 2012 Cadillac. And I liked it when him and Blair Alderton with his station wagon were having some fun. The Battle of Cadillacs out here. Well, first pass of the day, I believe, for Kelly. It's a 3:39 Rex time through to 1092, 129 miles an hour. Junior Street Legal, second call, co-pilot class. Junior Street Legal, second call, co-pilot class. All right, we got the convertible out of Kenora, Chad Novak with Owen Desjardins. All right, well, Chad Novak with the Mustang will cross the line first, the VP fuel lane. 1436, 1342 for Owen Desjardins. All right, the Performance Plus Sportsman class. Of course, we know these racers. Amanda Jessica Flaman out of Regina running this Pontiac GTA. And right now, she is just under in sixth spot. So after this weekend, you never know. Darren Shipko out of Saskatoon. Well, red eye for Amanda. She'll still get the time slip for the quarter mile. Shipko, a 1:47 reaction time. Like to thank Reed Automotive. Darren through. He runs a 12:23. Red eye for Amanda Jessica Flaman through at 11:57. I believe everyone's there, but we're going to do a final call. Final call for the Junior Street co-pilot class, Street Legal. Final call. All right, Superior Diesel. That is the Blazer of Jay Steele. Member of Outcast Racing, Mr. Transmission, RWH Motorsports as sponsors. Getting the time slip with Evan Stephenson with the Super Coupe. First call for Street Legal. First call for Street Legal as well. Junior Dragster. Junior Dragster. Second time trials, first call, Junior Dragster and Street Legal. Well, top end, Evan Stephenson through 12:06, 073 reaction time. 1:06 reaction time for Jay Steele. Got through with the Blazer, 13:85. And once again, anyone licensing, you come up whenever you're ready. Licensing only. Yes, Mopar with Mopar. Matt Hendry on the line first out of Dundurn with the Dodge truck. And he's going to get a, well, we're not racing yet. It'll be a headhunt race later with that truck. He's getting the time slip without a Regina. That is Chris Langdon. Like to thank Mary. 74 Duster, and it is a quick Duster, 11 seconds. Well, double red eyes on this time trial. Chris Langdon in 016, 022. And Chris Langdon out of Regina through 11:54. Matt Hendry through 18:02. Street Legal Junior Dragster. Street Legal Junior Dragster. And Nikki McClellan making her way down the return road. That's right, husband and wife race team out of Aberdeen. Well, Mopar with Mopar once again. And Chantel Henry was going into the weekend number 1. Chris Langdon was number 2. So, wow. But that was before yesterday. Today, yes, is going to change after this weekend. Point standing. Garrett Gerwing out of Saskatoon with the 2010 Charger. Getting the time slip with Chantel Henry. OK Tire, Henry's Motorsports Duster. Well, Garrett with the red eye, not very up. Then 066 red eye, 021 for Chantel. And the yellow Duster will cross the line first. Chantel's through, 1258. 1307 with the red eye for Garrett Gerwing. All right, our next pair is Chad Penner with the red Mustang. And yes, he's going to run the standard transmission down that quarter mile. He's going to get the time slip with Eric Humphreys. And Eric Humphreys right now going into the weekend was in number 4. So yes, but check the points after this weekend, guys. It's all going to change. So Eric Humphreys out of Saskatoon, Chad Penner out of Martinsville. Well, Chad Penner spinning them on the line at 023 red eye. 1-2-3 reaction time for Eric Humphreys. But the red Mustang will cross the quarter mile first. Chad's time, 11:55, 12:80 our time for Eric Humphreys. Junior Dragster street legal to the stage and lanes. Junior Dragster street legal to the stage and lanes. Second time trial just about there. All right, the Battle of Southie. The Battle of Dodges. The Battle of Isaacs. I don't know. But we're only doing time trials, Mike. Dominic with Darian on the line. Well, Darian got the reaction time of 180 to a 517. And top of the quarter mile, or are we going 8th mile? There we go. That's right, Mike. We're in Junior Street. So it's a 999 for Darian. Dominic, a 1094. That is half track. That's right, the Butler Byers Junior Street Legal co-pilot class. Junior Dragster Street Legal, we need you in staging. Junior Dragster Street Legal in staging. All right, this is awesome. We've got a couple former racers bringing their grandkids out here. Linda Sabiston is co-piloting Nikita Blanchard. And it is Rusty but Trusty, that right. Kurt Jackson co-piloting Kaiden Farr. So Nikita out of Bradwell, Kaiden out of Saskatoon, running both trucks. That's right, Mopar with Mopar, 8th mile. Well, Nikita, 189 reaction time, 218 for Kaiden. And they are side by side. And it looks like Nikita got there first, a 994, 1034 for Kaiden. Junior Dragsters and Street Legal, we need you in staging. Junior Dragster and Street Legal, we need you in staging. All right, our next pair in Junior Street Legal, we got Sullivan Gropp out of Dundurn with the square box Chevy. Fixed income garage. Well, that's Dad, right? Sully, he doesn't have a fixed income. Not yet. All right, Sully, we're having fun with you. Maya Jacques with Marcy Desjardins. Pro Reefer Mobile, Dyna Crane, Meterman Incorporated, Deck Brothers, and Link Trailer Rentals, their sponsor. Well, down the 8th. 9:40 for Sullivan Grop. 11:45 for Maya Jacques. All right, there's the junior dragsters making their way. So we're just waiting. Final call for street legal. Yes, we know a couple of vehicles running a couple different classes. So you guys know what to do. Get back into staging. Jack Prokopiew out of Newen Lodge. All right, single pass for Jack Prokopiew out of Newen Lodge. A 5:60 reaction time as he makes his way down the 8th mile. And through the 8th, Jack's time, 11:24, 61 miles per hour. All right, Sully and Maya making their way down the return road. Now we're into the audio warehouse street legal class. Chad Novak, that's right, Hot Wheels out of Kenora with the convertible Mustang. Getting the time slip with Walter Fruit Loop Burnett out of Bigger, Saskatchewan. Well, out the gates a little too soon. Chad Novak with the red eye, 015. 028 for Furnetz. Furnetz crosses the line, 1081 for the Corvette. 1444 for the convertible Mustang. All right, the old Ford versus Chevy. How about Camaro versus Mustang? Taylor Jasic, that's right, a former junior dragster driver, now with the 2010 Camaro. He's going to get the time slip with Carrie Reap. Her rookie year, she's having a lot of fun smiling with the 2014 Mustang, both racers out of Saskatoon. And Taylor got the red eye, though, a 100 red eye. Carrie Reap, wow, 045. You got the reaction time, girl. And the Mustang through the Tiger Automotive lane, quarter mile, 1489. Taylor Jasica with the red eye, 1946. Dave Leverton with Evan Stephenson. Mopar with Mopar. All right, Evan Stephenson with the red eye got through at 12:04. Dave Leverton 063. The Core Rock Construction truck through 1389. All right, battle of trucks on this one. Matt Henry on the line first. Henry's Motorsports, Glenn and Anita Henry. He's driving the truck. He normally would drive a two-wheeler too. Nice to see the bikes out here. But he's running the truck today with Shane Groff. And he's from Fixed Income Garage. He'd like to thank the SIR crew, Sullivan and his wife, and Elizabeth, friends and family. There we go. You better thank Megan, right? Well, Shane got the reaction time in 014 to 040. And Shane threw the top end at 1372. Matt Henry in 1804. There we go. And that concludes our quarter mile qualifying time trials here. We're going back into the 8th mile with our junior dragster class, Butler Byers. All right, just doing a little bit of preparations. Yes, we got the gate down by the quarter mile, so that way we can get the junior dragsters off a little bit quicker in the track. And third time trial. That's right, Pro 5 and 6, let's go. Third time trial, 5 and 6, let's go. And looks like we are fired up with our junior dragsters. All right, this round of time trials, we've got Victoria. She's driving Zoe. That's what she's named her junior dragster. With Turbo Thomas, Jessic Flamin out of Regina. And Turbo Thomas on the line first. That is Russ giving him the hand. And that is Papa Ed helping Victoria. Good family racing here at SIR. Third time trial, Pro 5 and 6 is open. Let's go. Third time trial, Pro 5 and 6 are open. Let's go. Well, they're up and running. Thomas got the reaction time of 1:37, 1:44 for Victoria. And Thomas crosses the 8th mile first, 11:83, 53 miles an hour. Victoria's time at 13:70, 46 miles an hour. Leah Jacek Flamin out of Regina is going to conclude our second round of time trials with the 8-mile run of her junior dragster. And that is Mom. That's right, Amanda Jacek Flamin helping her out. Well, Leah Jacek Flamin, a 101 reaction time as she leaves for the 8th mile. And top end, she gets through at 11:88, 52 miles per hour. Linda and Kurt, if you want to bring the kids up for a round in the tower, you are more than welcome. Why don't you bring them up? Yes, good day. It's not a crazy day in the office today. Feature, a lot crazy things happening, but we still fitted a bunch of people in. So I'll tell you, we got Linda and Kurt, former drag racers. They got their grandkids out here having fun. Definitely want to make sure they see the whole thing, right? So come on up. All right, pro, let's go. 5 and 6, let's go, pro. Third time trial. All right, prepping the track one more time. Third time trial. Pro, let's go. 5 and 6 are open. Pro, let's go. All right, looks like Victoria is making her way back, and we probably got a few Jacek Flamin kids in there too. You never know, right? That's what I love about this class. Great sportsmanship. They compete, but they have a good time, and they always have a smile on their face. Love it. So there we go. That's right. You guys wave to the audience. There's not a lot of us, but you know what? There's enough of us, right? Good job, guys. Yeah, still waiting for the stage and lanes. Pro, let's go. 5 and 6 are open. Pro, let's go. Daddy Dustin down there, eh? Sucks to be you. They got the best seat in the house, you know. We'll bring up Daddy one day, right? All right, Pro, final call, Pro, let's go. All right, out of Rollo, Saskatchewan, Colin G. And he is doing a lot of testing and tuning on this vehicle. If you ever have a chance, check him out on Facebook. This guy is a craftsman. Every piece he's designed on this, you should have seen what he started with and what he's got now. It is an engineered art. Absolutely. Fast truck and beautiful. Oh, yes. Nice run with Colin. Not spinning the tires. Top end. How about an 812? 175 miles an hour. And that was straight as an arrow. What a great run, Colin. 812, 175 miles an hour. All right, our next pair, Justin Schulhauser out of Saskatoon, 78 Camaro. Getting the time slip with Old School out of Grand Dora. Floyd Chappell with the Hemi Dart. Justin Schulhauser through at a 016 reaction time, 940. 930 for Floyd Chappell, 070 reaction time. All right, our next pair, guess what? Mopar with Mopar. And what's the starting line? You want to see Mike Alexander pull the front wheels, ride the back wheels. Alexander, 4th spot, going into the weekend. Getting the time slip with the Lucifer. That's right, that's what the license plate says. Lauren Krieger out of Viscount. Look at that launch. But oh boy, Mike Alexander, an 004 red eye. Pretty good, not bad. Top end, Alexander through to 10:08. 10:49 for Krieger, an 045 reaction time. All right, from Lloydminster, Alberta, we got to thank our friends coming here. Rob Phillips getting the time slip with Daly and Tyson Daronowski. Well, Rob Phillips with the red eye still get the time slip for the quarter mile just for qualifying. Make it the by run, lane choice. Tyson Daronowski in 072 reaction time through at 11:44. Rob Phillips with the red eye through to 9:77. All right, our next pair from Southern Saskatchewan, White City, Brandon Bennett. Bennett in third spot going into the weekend with Mark Adams out of Craven. And Mark's just learning this car, brand new Camaro for him running this year. And reaction times, how about an 039, 033 top end? Bennett gets there first, the 911, 10:04 the time for Mark Adams. All right, just checking up the VP fuel lane. All right, our next pair of racers, second generation racing here. Rashina Grzybowski up with Jared McIntosh. Jared out of Outlook. Rashina out of Warman. All right, Jared McIntosh through the top end, 972, 140 miles an hour. 176 reaction time, 154 reaction time for Rashina. And Rashina Grzybowski got through at 1034, 127 miles an hour. And it is for sale. So yes, you're looking for a new vehicle, Mason the Mongoose Boatman. The car is for sale. He's up with Anita Hendry out of Dundurn with the Barracuda. Wow, Well, Mason Boschman, 008 light, 068 for Anita Henry, but it will be Mason through the top end first. 973, 136 miles an hour. Pretty good for a driver from Junior Dragster a number of years ago. Anita Henry through. Runs a 1066, 068 reaction time. All right, our next pair, Southern Saskatchewan, Perry Fletcher, White City, just outside of Regina. Bennett's Auto Repair, 64 Belvedere. Getting the time slip with Sean Isaac, Southie, Saskatchewan. Teasing about his Pontiac Firebird, but I'll tell you what, he's got enough Mopars as well. So Sean Isaac with Perry Fletcher for time slips. Well, dreaded red eye for Perry Fletcher, 095, 141 reaction time for Sean Isaac. And Isaac gets through the quarter mile. How about an 895, 150 miles an hour? Fletcher with the red eye through to 1017, 130 miles an hour. First call for Super Pro, first call for Super Pro. Let's go. All right, first generation Grozbowski. That's still White out of Martinsville with the Duster. Going up against, hey, Walter Furnet's New York is big, but he's from bigger Saskatchewan, 2008 Corvette. Walter Furnet's through at 1079, and Dwight Grozbowski through 1186. All right, the next pair, Southern Saskatchewan once again. Dale Weist out of Regina running all olds in that, the old school racing. Getting the time slip, Heather Bennett, rookie year last year. This lady holds her own. Once again, she did claim the 50-50 from yesterday, so we've only got one. And it might have been claimed. That was from Friday before the feature. The numbers have been posted on Facebook, so you got the winning ticket. Make the phone call. You just got to show it to us right now. Dale Weist, an 098 reaction time. 101 for Bennett. And it is Weist through at 1032, 1100 for Heather Bennett. All right, Ken Daly on the line first. The white dart out of Regina. Watch the starting line. He's going to pull the front wheels, ride the back wheels. Kim Gallagher, Outcast Racing out of Saskatoon. Racing for Gary Waldner. We love that. Superior Diesel, RWH Motorsports, and EBS Competition are sponsors. Well, the dreaded red eye. Ken Daly, 048 reaction time for Kim Gallagher. Daly will cross the line first. 1018 with the red eye. 1108 for our friend Kim Gallagher. 048 reaction time. Super Pro, let's go Super Pro. All right, Mopar with Mopar. Glenn Henry with Plum Crazy on the line with Floyd Scribner. That's right, the Pink Panther Cuda. And yes, we remember Crystal Scribner. It was a few years ago, but yes, always in our mind here. Well, red eye for Henry at 018. Hey, Floyd Scribner on his game. Through the Tiger Automotive lane, the pink Cuda through to 970, 1043 with the red eye, Glenn Hendry. Super Pro, final call, Super Pro, let's go. All right, Johnson out of Outlook with the Camaro with Dave Kerr out of Regina. Perfect light for Dave Kerr, 0002. That's bragging rights. Johnson at 079, top end. Camaro will reach the top end first at 1053, but Dave Fuzzy Kerr with the perfect light, 1226. All right, Braden Haru going into the weekend, number 1. But after this weekend, we'll see what the points say. Sponsored by Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports. Thank you, Mom and Dad, Scott and Glenn Yaremko. Harold Penner, I'd like to thank A&M Auto, Harold Penner Trucking. He's out of Martinsville, 66 Fairlane. And he is first generation Penner Racing out of Martinsville. Well, Braden Hu got the reaction time on the starting line in 028 to an 048. Top end, Haru through. 942, 1008 for Harold Penner. All right, Lucy's still looking for a name on that Falcon. Lou Fontaine Jr. back, celebrating his birthday on the feature. Well, hey, happy birthday. Got to see his mom in the twin-seater dragster go down the track. So Louis Fontaine up with Ryan Appleby out of Regina. 68 Charger, Precision Machine, BBJ 5-star, Bennett's Auto, and ABS Competition, all out of Regina. Well, Appleby got the reaction time in 010. It's an 032 red eye for Fontaine. Fontaine got through 944, 961 for Appleby. Once again, licensors only. Come up whenever you're ready. Licensing only. Testers come up when you're called. You guys are coming up after Super Pro. Right now we're in Super Pro. Well, still Pro. Then we're into Super Pro. We're just about there. A few more cars. It's Jake Fiesel out of Regina. Advanced Electrical, Stand Pro Lighting, and Electric Tech. That is his sponsors. And I'll tell you, John Martin, I like this Mustang out of Stoughton. He went through the rounds yesterday. Let's see what he does today. Well, dreaded red light for Jake Fiesel. John Martin, 014 reaction time. He's on his game here today. Mustang gets through the quarter mile of 10:57 with a good reaction time. Red eye for Fiesel, got through to 10:34. All right, well, the dreaded red light for Ryan Doherty, Lindahl Concrete Supply, Bad Influence Challenger going down the track. And with the red eye, he closes the clocks at a 10:04, 134 miles an hour. All right, Nate Gross with another licensing pass. How about the top end in 996? Yes, he shut it off before that. Well, door slammer with the dragster. Richard Skopek, I like the look. Crush it. Richard and Joan out of Saskatoon. Provincial Vodka and Sewer Poland Mechanical, their sponsors. Getting the time slip of Kim and Lorianne Bernard out of Watson, Saskatchewan. Schulte Industries and Stein Electric, their sponsors. All right, Kim Bedard through at an 883 with a red eye, 804 for Richard Skopek, 008. But it looks like we got a concern on the track. We're just going to make sure everything is up and ready to go. All right, just checking out the track here, just to ensure it is safe to go. As soon as we're ready to go. Okay, looks like we got some issues here, so we're just going to do a little bit of a cleanup. All right, they're just fixing up the top end of the track here. If you're wondering what's going on, we're still doing pretty good for time. We're in Super Pro. Going to conclude our third time trial here, so just bear with us. Once again, thank you for your patience. Yes, it's been a trying kind of couple weeks here. We had the feature race last weekend, and I'll tell you, the staff, I'm still worn out from that one. But I'll tell you, that was a feature to be had. I was at Bamboo Shoots. We redid a bunch of stuff out there, re-announcing it and stuff. And I'll tell you, it's 3 hours. If you're a subscriber to SaskTel Local Max Local On Demand, you can see that race again. And I'll tell you, they had a lot of different angles at the track here. So you get to see a lot of the cars at different angles, which is pretty interesting. But once again, you got to be a SaskTel Local Max Local On Demand subscriber to see that race. And it's a good one. right, Fiesel with Fiesel, side-by-side burnouts. It is uncle with nephew. That's right, Bob Fiesel, Pasqua Lake with Taylor Fiesel out of Regina. So Bob Fiesel, Echo Electric, Advanced Electrical Agency, his sponsors. Taylor Fiesel, Vote Auto out of Regina, Buyer's Choice Home Inspections, his sponsors. Wow, Taylor Fiesel got the extra time on this round at 0:05 to an 0:21. And Taylor threw a 797. Uncle Bob threw 881, 147 miles an hour. All right, Jamie Fiesel warming up the back tires of that 32 Altered Bantam. And he will be getting the time slip out of Pilot Butte, Eddie Desjardins. All right, couple great reaction times. Desjardins got the 024, 036 for Jamie Fiesel. Mid-track, Fiesel gets through in 8:45, 156 miles an hour. Ed Desjardins in 9:47, 141 miles an hour. All right, Mopar with Mopar. Arlene Harder, that's right out of Saskatoon. Cliff Horn out of Dalmany. All right, Cliff Horn with the red eye. 023 reaction time, Arlene Harder. Testers, stage and lanes. Testers to stage and lanes, first call. Geez, Kurt, I think you better listen to these kids. I think they know more about drag racing than you do. Uh-oh, you're going to be hard on Kaiden, aren't you? And Dustin, well, he's okay. We're financing a car right now. Dad, all you got to do is pay for it, okay? We're already talking about which race car we want. We're just fooling with you, Dustin. Okay, Pro Ladder has been posted. We got to redo it, guys. So for racers, if you've checked it, we're going to be redoing the Pro Ladder. And testers 1 and 2, testers 1 and 2. All right, just talking to Brenda. The souvenir shop's going to be open till about 2 o'clock here. So you got a couple hours. Souvenir shop open till 2. Right now we got the door slammer with the dragster. Jack Appleby out of Emerald Park. 72 Dart. Getting the time slip. Rich Harder. That's right, RWH Motorsports dragster. That is her crew chief, Amy Schwab, on the side. Northern Blacktop, Laser Auto Body, and Triumph Construction. Sponsors. Testers, stage and lanes 1 and 2 are open. Testers, stage and lanes 1 and 2 are open. Licensing, you guys come up whenever you're ready. Well, I tell you, Rich Harder, good reaction time in 014. Gets through that quarter mile through at a 7:69. Jack Appleby, 010 reaction time, gets through at a 9:25, 143 miles an hour. All right, we got Scott Yaremko. He's got the Acadian up with Jason Howdle. And right now, Richie Hardy was in first, Scotty was in second, and Jason Howdle in sixth. And that was before the weekend, so let's watch the points race after this weekend. I think a few racers are going to get scrambled here. Let's take a look at the standings next week. And Jason Howdle on this game in 009 reaction time, 024 for Scott Yaremko. And Yaremko leads the line at 8:15 at the top end, 10:21 the time for Barney. Testers 1 and 2, testers 1 and 2. All right, our next pair, a couple door slammers. Got the AMC Hornet out of Dundurn. That is Fred Schwab. RWH Motorsports. Getting the time slip with Leroy Schmidt. That's right, out of Saskatoon. Running the Buick Regal PBR auction and Kelly Solheim. All right, Schwab in 011. Reaction time 0149 for Leroy Schmidt. Schmidt got to the top bend first, 931. 1048 for Freddie Schwab. First call for sportsmen. First call for sportsmen. Final call. Final call for testers. All right, our next pair from Southern Saskatchewan, Pilot Butte. We got to thank Sean and Cheryl Lasham. Wonderful job, supplier of our clothing here at SIR. Impressions and Thread out of Regina. Getting the time slip with RJ Fife out of Regina, 1927 Roadster. Sorry, Lasham is out of Pilot Butte, but the business is out of Regina. There we go. So door slammer with the 27 Roadster, and it is over on the line. But it is only time slip, still a red eye for RJ Fife. Sean Lasham, 007. Must be James Bond, right? 934 through the top bend. 860 for Fife with the red eye. Sportsman, we need you in 5 and 6. Sportsman, 5 and 6. All right, father and daughter once again. That's right, they've switched vehicles this year. Taryn McBain running the door slammer. Sunbeam Alpine, Travis running the dragster. The best part about this, I get to say the sponsors once. Snooker Shack, Napa, McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Haga Mechanical. And Daddy-O got this one. Taryn with the red eye, 002 red light. McBain Travis, an 009 top bend. Dragster through, 780, 171 miles an hour. 939, 145 miles an hour with the red light. Taryn McBain. All right, the Flying Flamin out of Regina. Let's see what he's going to do here. He's doing some testing. He's worried about the 8-mile mark a little bit more, but he's going to run the quarter-mile mark. And he's got the demon off his back. He broke 7 seconds. He broke 200 miles an hour. Well, top of the 8th, that's off. A 446 still gets through to 733, 142 miles an hour. Junior Street, we need you. Once again, if you've seen the Pro ladders earlier, it has been redone. So Pro ladders have been readjusted. Take a look again. All right, if somebody's lost a blue racing jacket, it is at the ET booth. I think Stacy's running that for us today. But once again, if you lost a blue racing jacket, don't despair. Just go to the ET booth. They got it down there for you, and it is Stacy running it. All right, Nicky McClellan, third pass of the day. That is a nice straight pass. How about a 943, 137 miles an hour? All right, Junior Street co-pilot class 3 and 4. Junior Street co-pilot class 3 and 4. All right, co-pilot class 3 and 4. That's right, Junior Street Legal class, co-pilot 3 and 4. All right, the Cadillac making a single pass down the VP fuel lane. Kelly Neufeld, 2.62 reaction time through to 10.99, 134 miles an hour. All right, Cheryl's making her way down to the tech booth. The new pro ladder is going to be posted. Cheryl is posting the new pro ladder, so if you've got old information, throw it out. We're posting a new ladder. All right, in the Performance Plus Sportsman class, Owen Desjardins up with Darren Shimko. Well, Darren Shimko with the red eye, double red eyes actually, but they'll still get the quarter-mile slips. And top end, Shimko with the red eye through to 12.26, 12.06 with the red eye, Owen Desjardins. All right, Amanda Johnson climbing out of Regina, getting the time slip with Evan Stephenson. And right now, Evan is in third spot. Amanda Johnson climbing in sixth. Well, good reaction times, 0.55 for Evan, 0.21 for Amanda. Amanda gets there first, 11.80, 12.07 for Evan Stephenson. All right, our next pair on the line, Matt Henry with the D150 truck. Chad Novak with the convertible Mustang. And Sean Isaac, we're going to get you to come up on staging. We're going to run just after the juniors, I believe, or before the juniors. But come on up when I call street legal. All right, top end of the quarter mile, 14.57 for Chad Novak, 18.07 for Matt Henry. All right, Super Pro ladder has been posted as well. The revised Pro Ladder has been posted and Super Pro has been posted. All right. Mopar with Mopar. Chris Langdon out of Regina. He's going through the round. 74 Duster. Getting the time slip with Eric Humphreys out of Saskatoon. All right, Street Legal to Stage and Lanes. Street Legal to the Stage and Lanes. Junior Dragster, we need you in Stage and Lanes. And Sean Isaac, we need you in staging. All right, Chris Langdon, 027 reaction time, got through the quarter mile at 11:49. Eric Humphreys with the red eye got through to 12:84, 102 miles an hour. So Street Legal, we need you, as well as Junior Dragster and Sean Isaac. And we are going to be going before, I believe, the Junior Dragster there, Sean. All right, Mopar with Mopar going into the weekend. That's right, Chantel Henry, number 1. And Garrett Goering, number 5. But that was before the weekend. Got to take a look at the points race after this weekend. 065 for Chantel Henry, 095 for Garrett Gerwing. And Henry will cross the line first. 1263, 1304 for Garrett Gerwing. All right, our next pair. It is Jay Steele with the Superior Diesel Blazer. Getting the time slip with Chad Penner. All right, Street Legal. Sean Isaac, we need you in staging. And Junior Dragster, we are going to run before the Junior Dragsters there, Sean. Well, the dreaded red eye for Chad Penner, 023 red eye, a 158 reaction time for Jay Steele. Penner with the red eye gets through the top end, 11:55. Steele gets through to 13:93. All right, one Junior Dragster there. We're waiting for another pair. They're on their way. Once again, Street Legal and yes, Sean Isaac. Can't wait for the ride. You are being called to staging. We're going to run probably before the Junior Dragster. All right, we are into the Butler Byers. We call it the co-pilot class, Junior Street Legal. Sullivan Gropp up with Marley Breeze. Getting the time slips for the 8 miles. So once again, everyone's got to qualify. You may get lane choice. You might get the by run. That's what qualification is all about, time trials. The person that knows their car the best with the Christmas tree on the starting line. And then you can't break out. If it's a double breakout, we'll explain that as we get into elimination rounds. Tyson Daranowski, we need you to the tower. Tyson Daranowski, we need you at the tower. All right. Junior Dragster, Street Legal, and yes, Sean Isaac. We're going to run before the juniors, so if you can bring your vehicle up and park beside. Juniors are going to go after us. All right, sorry, racers, but the pro ladder is going to change one more time. We got one more change to do, so the pro ladder is going to change. Just wait for a few seconds here. All right, Maya Jacques out of Regina up with Dominic Isaac, newly licensed. 020 reaction time for Maya, 107 for Dominic. So, Street Legal, Junior Dragster, and Sean Isaac. Yes, please bring the ride. We're going to go before the Junior Dragsters on that. Well, top end of the 8th, it is Dominic Isaac through at 1081, 107 reaction time. Maya got a 020 reaction time, got through at 1147. And there's our other juniors. So Sean Isaac and Street Legal, we need you in staging. All right, we had Kaiden and Nikita up in their tower here. Now we're showing them a few runs up here. Nikita out of Bradwell with the white sport truck. Kaiden with the burgundy. And Dustin's going to have fun, right? Dustin is just watching. Well, Nikita with the red eye. Kaiden a 077. But you'll still get the time slip for the 8th mile. Nikita got there first, the 10:06 with the white Ram. 10:41 for the burgundy Ram. So, Street Legal and Sean Isaac, we need you up here. And Sean, we're going to run before the juniors, so just pull over, I think, stage in lane 3, and we'll put you in. All right, we got the Battle of Trucks. Jack Procopue out of New and Lodge with Darian Isaac out of Southie. And it is a 4:08 reaction time for Darian, 0:26 for Jack. But Darian will get to the top end first. Darian Stu, 9:85, 11:25 for Jack Procopue. All right, final call for Street Legal. Sean Isaac, we need you in stage in lane 3. Sean, we're going to run before the junior dragster, so stage in lane 3. Final call for Street Legal. Final call for Street Legal. Oh, there you are. Okay, you're coming. Okay, thank you. I forget about this co-pilot stuff. He's kind of busy, right? Thank you, Rachel. All right, Walter Fruit Loop Burnett's out of Bigger. Evan Stephenson out of Saskatoon. And it is a red-eye Stephenson on his game in 009 reaction time. But Walter Fournette's will reach the top end first with the red eye. He got through it at 10:79. Stephenson, good reaction time in 009, through it at 12:21. So once again, the Pro ladder has been readjusted. Super Pro has been posted. And Pro will be posted in a couple of minutes. All right, Dave Leverton out of Martinsville. Core Rock Construction Dodge Ram getting the time slip with Gary Reap out of Saskatoon. Carrie with the 2014 Mustang. All right, Taylor Jasic with Matt Hendry under the tower. And I think I'm going to leave for a few minutes, so we'll be back. It'll be the third time trial completed. All right, there's not going to be a driver's meeting, but we're going to have a bit of a break here. So you're looking at about maybe 10, 12 minutes. We'll let you know, giving the staff a little bit of a break. And not as many racers, a little bit less congested today. We had the one yesterday. But I guess there won't be a driver's meeting. Check the ladders, though. The Pro has been flipped a few times. The rest of the ladders are on their way to be posted. And I got to thank Sean and Rachel, you guys, thank you so much. You got to send me those pictures on Facebook. I'm going to give you my cell number. So just wait right there. I'm going to come right down right now. We're just taking a break, so we'll be right back. So once again, make your way down to Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens as well, Hector's Grub Hub. We are just taking a bit of an employee break at the moment. All right, looking at the clock here, 5-1. We're going to get Pro loaded in about 5 minutes. Going to get the track prep. So Pro, just having a break with the staff here. In about 5 minutes, we're going to be loading staging. So you got a 5-minute warning. And we're going to be prepping the track here. So everyone just converse with yourself. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. All right, we're going to call Pro right now. 5 and 6. Pro, let's find your partner and let's go. We're going to get the staging lanes named up there. So Pro, 5 and 6, find your partners and let's go. All right, Pro, second call. That's right, 5 and 6 is open. Let's go, find your partner and let's go, Pro. Find your partner, 5 and 6 is open. Let's go, second call. Does anyone have a can of happiness we need to give to Cheryl? The can of happiness. All right, we're having fun. Pro, let's go. Find your partner and let's go. 5 and 6 is ready. Well, I got to say, the Isaac family, you guys rock. You gave me the ride of my life, and I got to say, this one was even better than the twin-seated drag race dragster that I got a ride in with the Ansteads back in 2012 in Yorkton. That Superbird, wow, what a smooth vehicle. And what kind of G-forces that were going down the track, boy. She put you back in the seat. Oh, Sean and Rachel, thank you so much. I am a true gearhead. Cars are to be driven, and that was amazing. And I kind of mentioned I probably had a better chance before these guys to get a ride in a Yanko than a Superbird. Only 1 of 25 built, and their car is 008. So that is just incredible. That car should not even be in Canada, but it is. All right, the cars are coming once again. Pro, let's find your partner and let's go. 5 and 6, pro, let's go. Find your partner and let's go. All right, staging lanes are filling. Once again, pro, let's find your partner and let's go. Pro, let's go. All right, the track's almost prepped. Final call for pro. Find your partner and let's go. Final call for pro. Oh, boy, do I have a grin on my face. I'll tell you, incredible. Thank you, guys. Isaac family, boy, oh, boy. I got the ride of my life with the twin-seated dragster back in 2012 and with the Cam Busters in Yorkton. I got to say, this one did top it. A very interesting vehicle. Wow. But I'll tell you, thank you, Rachel and Sean Isaac, for that was the ride of my life. That is a very unique car. That car should not even be in Canada. Southern Saskatchewan yet, but boy, interesting story. So boy, walk around the pits and maybe Sean will share the story, how he achieved this car. But I'll tell you, only one of 25 built. Like, I probably had a better chance of getting a ride in a Yanko. This is incredible just because of production run. But like I say, that's what I love about SIR. I've had so many doors open in a lot of different ways, and I'll tell you what, money's okay. It doesn't motivate me, but when I get to experience things no one else kind of experiences, I love it. So once again, thank you so much to our Mopar fans out of Southern Saskatchewan, Sean and Rachel Isaac. That was awesome. I got to do that more often, I think. Take a trip down the track with somebody's car. What do you think? Just they can ride me and I can just enjoy the ride. Plus, you probably don't want me to drive because I kind of drive with one eye closed and the other one, well, I'm kind of blind. So it helps with bus driving, I find. Okay, I'm kidding. Don't phone the bus driver, guys. Okay, my eyesight's good. That was just a joke. Just getting ready. 2 more weeks, and we get to see our beautiful kids once again. Actually, I'm looking forward to it. I like routine, and I've got a good group of kids, good group of adults as well, and that is the most important part, is the adults with the kids, so we're looking forward to it. All right, the track's almost done there. Final call for pro. Find your partner. Last roll. Let's go. All right, looks like we're all there. Just finishing it up here. Just going to check the track, and we're going to get underway with the first round of eliminations. All right, Kerry Reap, you were wondering on the first round, Street Legal is not there, but we may add it. We don't know. But for now, it is not there, so you should be good for the first round of eliminations on Street Legal. She just wanted to know when she was going to run. So once again, SIR, truly Saskatchewan International Raceway. We could not do this with all our racers and crews. These guys come from all parts of our province as well. We got some friends from Alberta, And once again, we couldn't do it without all you guys. So once again, thank you so much for supporting us. We had one heck of a feature, Max Local On Demand. If you're a Saskatoon subscriber, it is going to be showing here shortly. We just did the final go over on Wednesday, and wow, what a feature. And the feedback, this one's going to be tough to top, even though next year's our 60th anniversary. But you know what? I got a feeling we're going to top it there. Yes, we did get a Pro Mod record set on that day. That's right, Mike and Melody Gonziola. That's right, Mike from Saskatoon held the Pro Mod record for a number of years, but it's changed hands a few times with our friend out of Edmonton, Wade Schuster, both owning the ET and the Speed. And I talked to Wade Schuster. He was up here at the feature. Or was it the feature of the other race? I can't remember. But either way, we were chatting, or maybe it was Friday. But yeah, he kind of had to take a bit of a break. He's looking forward to hopefully coming back next year. And if he's coming back, you know he's going to try to get that Pro Mod record back. As well, we did have our friends, the Vogt brothers. That's right, Tim and Dan. They were previous record holders here as well. So next year, and the track has been done. You don't know which records are going to be broke next year. So 60th anniversary celebrating. And I'll tell you, there's days I didn't think we were going to be here. But what a slug. We got her done. And boy, we got a great membership here at the SDRA, Saskatchewan Drag Racing Association. So once again, next year, the big 6-0. And I know our friends Rich Bedford's going to take a lot of nice pictures for that. Once again, if you like what you see out here, take a look on Facebook. Rich is on there. He's got the feature races. He's out here this weekend taking pictures again. If you got a favorite ride, talk to Rich, message him. He'll get you that picture. And I'll tell you, both him and Ashley got some really good pictures for the feature. Each photographer, each have their own eye. So take a look at both websites. And once again, thank you for promoting SIR here. You're doing a wonderful job, Rich. We do appreciate it. All right, we're going to do the testers first, and then we're going to get into the first round of eliminations. That's right, Queen City Performance Pro Class Elimination. And once again, we've got to thank our friends out of Regina for sponsoring this class. It is the biggest class here at SIR. All right, we're going to start off with some testers here, and I'll tell you what, the G family out of Rollo, Saskatchewan, they have done a wonderful job talking to Colin. Yeah, he's going the right way on this truck. Beautiful S10. Check him out on Facebook. This guy is a true craftsman. Everything on this truck he has made. Incredible truck. Going to get the time slip with Scott McKinnon out of Southie, and boy, he's having trouble with traction. But let's see what he does this round, testing round for these guys. Well, looks like Scott McKinnon got a little bit more work ahead of him, but Colin G backed her off a little bit. Maybe he's looking for the 8th mile on that one, a 5:54 through the 8th. So congratulations, but boy, that truck was straight, Colin. Okay, this will be the first round of the Queen City Performance Pro Class eliminations. And which points race, we don't know. It's the rain up makeup dates. So after this weekend, all the points will get updated. Once again, the points you seen earlier today were not updated after yesterday. So going into the weekend, a lot of things are going to change. All right, John Martin out of Stoughton. He's got a Mustang 1059, and it looks like it's a single pass. So either his competitor broke or maybe he's got the qualifying run. We don't know. He don't know, but this is a freebie. Yes, he's going to take a look at that 1059. Make sure it gets him into the next round. So once again, Kerry Reap. Street Legal is going to be in the second round. All right, John Martin. He gets through at 11:19 on a 10:59 dial-in. He's got a little bit of room wiggling on that one for the dial-in. Yes, get ready. Mopar with Mopar. It is the Pink Panther CUDA. That is Floyd Scribner out of Saskatoon. Karika Downhole Services, his sponsor. Up with Dwight Grzybowski, first generation Grzybowski Racing out of Martinsville. Well, we are on an FM transmitter. Some of the cars have radio, so you will not hear reaction times during elimination rounds. Floyd Scribner takes the win. All right, our next pair from Southern Saskatchewan, Mark Adams out of Craven, New Ride, 67 Camaro, Prairie Industrial Health Services, and Valley Boys Plumbing and Heating, his sponsors. Perry Fletcher, Bennett's Auto Repair, sponsored Belvedere from White City. Watch the starting line. Perry likes to pull the front wheels. And Adams got through the top end in 985. Looks like Perry Fletcher or something not right. All right, our next pair, Plum Crazy out of Dundurn, Glenn Henry with Plymouth Barracuda, 1043, a bit of a head start, 1/10 of a second, really. Dale Weist out of Old School Racing, so right now you're looking at boat racers. You've never been to drag racing, what they're gonna do is they're gonna light the pre-stage and stage bulbs. That means Sherry knows they're ready to race. She's gonna hit the bikes, there we go, the start. And for 1/10 of a second difference, idea is both cars going to be at the top end of the track. And it is Dale Weist with the win. 1034 and a 1033. 006 reaction time. Wow. All right, our next pair. Good to see Lou Fontaine Jr. back with the Vulcan. I don't know if he's got a name for the car. You got a name, go down in the pits and you can suggest one. 945 for Lou. He's going to have to wait a little bit as Jared McIntosh at 969. So about 2/10, less than 2/10 of a second difference. Not much. Watch the Christmas tree. You'll see it. McIntosh, K. McIntosh Sons and RWH, their sponsors. Well, top end of the track, it is Jared McIntosh, 976 and a 969, as Luke Fontaine breaks out, ran a little too quick, 939 and a 945. So he's got to beat his opponent, but he cannot beat his elapsed time. That's called a breakout. All right, Mopar with Mopar, Ryan Appleby, second generation Appleby Racing, 68 Charger out of Regina, Precision Machine, BBJ 5-star, Bennett's Auto and ABS Competition, 962, he'll wait. There's Lauren Krieger, a 1051 on that Dodge Demon. He's out of Viscount, Meterman, Dyna Crane, Pro Riser, and Pro Soil is his sponsors. So a 1051 to a 962, almost a second difference on these cars on the starting line. So earlier today, these guys were running qualifying or time trials. And what that does is either get them lane choice or maybe they get a buy run. You get some favors with that, but you got to qualify. And that means you read the Christmas tree really well. And right now, both cars, it's a clean start at the line. Top end, it is Lauren Krieger with the win. How about a 1052 and a 1051? Good for the win. All right, our next pair, Justin Schuhauser of Saskatoon will be dialed in at 941 with the Camaro. You'll have to wait. Heather Bennett out of White City at 1102 dialed in, so about a half a second difference. First call for Super Pro, first call for Super Pro. Another clean start at the line. And Heather Bennett, you're in the next round. 11:05 on 11:02. Came down to reaction times. An 0:15 for Heather, 0:45 for Justin. Second call, Super Pro, 5 and 6. Second call. Super Pro, find your partner and let's go. Mopar with Mopar. It is the Lindo Concrete Supply Challenger. That's right, the bad influence of Ryan Doherty. He's dialed in at a 10:05. He'll get a bit of a head start. His old school out of Grandora, Floyd Chapel, 932. So just over a half a second difference on these cars. So the idea, folks, is each car's going to leave the starting line at a different time. And the idea is they'll meet at the top end, but this is a red eye for Doherty. So he's been disqualified. If Chapel would have red light, whoever red light last would have taken the win. Double breakout. Whoever broke out the least takes the win. Can't cross the center line. Can't hit the guardrail. All right, looks like it's going to be a single pass for our friend Dave Fuzzy Kerr out of Regina. You got to look at the 62 Fury in the pits. It is so detailed. Beautiful car. 12:00 to red light. Well, he's not going to disqualify himself in his own run. So 12:00 is the number he wants. He doesn't want a red eye, though. And top end, Dave Kerr gets through. How about a 12:34? Super Pro, find your partner and let's go. Super Pro. Well, they got it for sale again. Mason the Mongoose Boschman out of Martinsville, the Mullet Mafia. Limitless Auto Boutique, Martinsville Collision, SCS Contracting, and Team Boss Blue. $969, they'll have to wait. Anita Hendry will get the head start with the 68 Barracuda. She'd like to thank Glenn, Hendry's Motorsports, and OK Tire, $1066. About a second difference on the vehicles. Well, top end of the track, they are side by side. Mason Boschman, how about a 973 on a 969? 008 reaction time. Jody, he's ready for the next round. Well, going into the weekend, Brandon Bennett was in third spot. And that is Rashina Grzybowski out of Warman. Second generation Grzybowski racing. 10:35, she'll get the head start. Brandon Bennett will have to wait about a minute. No. Yeah, a minute. 9:13 to a 10:35. Just under. Or it's over at the starting line. Unfortunately for Rashina, the red light, good night. So Brandon Bennett, 2:32 reaction time, 9:13. How about a 9:16, Brandon? You may want to work on the reaction time, but either way, Brandon Bennett, you're in the next round. Super Pro, let's go, Super Pro. And Kerry Reap, you probably heard, but yes, Street Legal is in the next round of eliminations. And it's Walter Fredette's out of Bigger on the line first with the supercharged Corvette 1078. He'll get the head start as Mike Alexander wants a starting line. Alexander, fourth spot going into the weekend here. And he is racing unbelievably. Not different. This guy should be reaching the podium. He's a very good racer. So let's see what he does. 10:08 to a 10:78. Well, side by side, Alexander pulling away. Duns a 10:12 and a 10:08. How about a 0:09 reaction time? Mike Alexander, you're in the next round for Queen City Performance Pro Class. Final call for Super Pro. Final call for Super Pro. Oh, Alexander lost. I thought he won. Okay, got to adjust my set on that one. Sorry about that. I get a little excited, you know. All right, well, it's a red eye right at the starting line. Rob Phillips, Kim Gulliher, 090 reaction time. Outcast Racing, racing for Gary Waldner this year. ABS competition, RWH Motorsports and Superior Diesel, her sponsors. 11:11 on 11:10. Kimmy G, you are ready for the next round. All right, Rich Bedford's going to get a couple nice pictures here with Ken Daly. He's the white dart out of Regina, 1020 dialed in. He'll get a bit of a head start as our friend Harold Pennard with the red Fairlane. That's right, Papa Pennard, 1005 dialed in. So Harold sponsored by K&M Auto and Harold Pennard Trucking. Testers, stage and lanes 1 and 2 are open. Testers 1 and 2 are open. And both cars pulling the front wheels. Good reaction time for both racers. And top end of the quarter mile, it is Ken Daly with the win. 10:21 on a 10:20 dial in. As Harold Penner, 10:08 on a 10:05. Wow, that was close. Well, Braden Haru going into the weekend was number 1. Jansen Atten number 2. So this run is definitely going to change a little bit. Jansen out of Outlook, 10:54 on the Camaro. Braden Haru, 9:44 on the Cutlass 442. Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports. Thank you, Mom and Dad, Scott and Glenn Yaremko. And it is a clean start on the line. Top end. It is Haru as Jansen Atten. He breaks out, ran a 10:52 with a 7 on a 10:54. And Haru a 9:48 on a 9:44. He broke out. So Braden Haru in the next round. Testers, staging lanes 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. Second call. Well, I gotta thank the Isaac family. I am still in ecstasy. I could go today. I tell you what, I'm in heaven. Sean taking me for a ride with his Superbird a little bit earlier today. He's out of Southie, Saskatchewan with the Firebird 901. He'll have to wait as Jake Fiesel will get the head start at 10:29. Jake sponsored by Advanced Electrical, Stand Pro Lighting, and Electrotech. Well, this is at the top end of the track. And it is Jake Fiesel. Boy, oh boy, an 0:03 reaction time. 10:37 on a 10:29. As Sean Isaac ran a little too quick. 8:99 on a 9:01. That's like, what, 2/100ths of a second difference on that. Testers 1 and 2 is open. Testers, staging lanes 1 and 2, third call. All right, warming up the rear tires. That is Jamie Fiesel out of Pasqua Lake. Down south. All right, looks like it's going to be a single pass for our friend out of Pasqua Lake, the Bantam 32 Altered. Buyer's Choice Home Inspection Boat Auto Order Regina, Jamie Fiesel, 8:47. Wants to make sure that number takes him into the next round for the OK Tire Super Pro class. And Super Pro, the fastest class here at SIR. Pro, the biggest class. Well, good reaction time in 035, 847 with the 7. Jamie Fiesel, you're right on the number. You're ready for the next round for the OK Tire eliminations in Super Pro. Testers, staging lanes 1 and 2 still open. Testers 1 and 2 still open. All right, just taking a look. Yes, the souvenir shop going to be open till about 2 o'clock. You got about another 25 minutes. So souvenir shop open till about 2 o'clock. All right, we've got Kim and Lorianne Bernard out of Watson, Saskatchewan. Schulte Industries, Stein Electric, their sponsors. 882, Kim will have to get the, oh no, he'll get the head start. 804 for Richard Jones-Skopic out of Saskatoon. Crush it, I like the new dragster. Well, it's not a new, it's just repainted or rewrapped. Provincial Vodka and Sewer Poland Mechanical. And this is at the top end. It is Skopic. 807 on 804. Wow. Final call protesters. Final call protesters 1 and 2. All right, RJ Fife out of the burnout box. He's running the 1927 Roadster out of Regina. And RJ's up against Jason Howdle. He calls it Barney. That's right. Out of Lloydminster, Alberta, the 71 Charger. 1022 on the Charger, 862 for the Roadster. So RJ's got a bit of a weight on him, just under 2 seconds. Jason would like to thank his wife, his kids, his grandson, mom and sister from Arizona, the SIR staff, and the Lord above. We'd like to thank everyone as well. Thank you, Jason. Well, this one's over the line. Barney is in the next round. RJ Fife out the gates a little too quick with the red eye. Let's take a look. Howdle, a 10:22. Oh, Jason, you're on your game, man. A 10:23 with an 0:39 reaction time. You are ready for the next round, my friend. All right, first call for Sportsman, first call for Sportsman. Well, I don't want to be Heather McBain. Crew chief for these two, that's right, we got father and daughter. And the best thing about this, I get to mention the sponsors once. That's right, they sponsor both vehicles. So we got Turn with the Door Slammer, Sunbeam 61 Alpine, Travis with the Dragster, sponsored both. Snooker Shack Napa, McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, Haga Mechanical. And it's over at the line, Turn with the Red Eye. Daddy-O in 051 779 through the top end. Oh, Travis, 78991, 1,000 of a second. I still think you got the right number, my friend. Sportsman, we need you in staging lane. Sportsman, we need you in staging. And the RWH Motorsports Dragster, that is Richie Harder behind the wheel. Amy Schwab, the crew chief. And Rich going up against Fred Schwab, RWH Motorsports. Boy, oh boy. If I was Richie, I think I'd do the right thing. No, they're going to race, aren't they, Teresa? And then you got to say, yeah, you're going to have to keep a calm over them, right? Maybe suppers in different trailers. What do you think? Might happen, right? I love this matchup. Well, oh boy, Red led 6/1000 of a second. Richie Harder on his game, 0-1-2. Oh, and he breaks out. Can you believe it? 768. Yeah, no, he didn't break out. 768 on 767. So good for the win, Freddie Schwab. 1050 on a 1048 with the red eye. Sportsman, we need you in staging. Sportsman, we need you in staging. Find your partner and let's go. All right, we got Door Slammer against Dragster. Bob Fiesel was out of the burnout box first out of Pasquin Lake. Echo Electric and Advanced Electrical Agency, 879 dialed in. He will have to wait. Leroy Schmidt with the Regal will get the head start at 9:30. Sponsored by PBR Auction and Kelly Solheim. Wow, clean start at the line. Sportsman, we need you on stage and find your partner and let's go. Sportsman, let's go. What a race. Fiesel an 0-1-2 reaction time, 8:21 and 8:79. Leroy Schmidt broke out 9:25 and 9:30, but he had the reaction time 0:04. What a drag race. 4/100ths of a second difference on that run between the racers. All right, Mopar with Mopar. Jack Appleby on the line first. First generation Appleby Racing. Jack and Shannon 72 Dark dialed in at 9:20. So Jack will get a bit of a head start. Good to see Cliff Horn back out here with the 90 Daytona. Having some help with Joe Bergen, 9:08 dialed in. He'll have to wait a little bit. So just about a 1/10 of a second difference, folks. Watch the Christmas tree. Not much of a difference. And the flag is not fluttering at all right now. Clean start at the line, top end. It is Appleby, 9:23 on a 9:20. Final call for Sportsman, find your partner and let's go. Final call for Sportsman. All right, our next pair, Super Pro. It is Eddie DeJarle out of Pilot Butte. 67 Malibu, Dyna Crane, Deck Brothers, and Link Trailers. His sponsor, 947. Oh boy, 1/10 of a second difference, basically 936. For our friends out of Pilot Butte, Sean and Cheryl Lachambe. Impressions and Thread out of Regina. That's right, our official supplier here. They do our clothing for us, and it's over at the line. Look at that. A red eye, 007 for Lachambe. Good light, 008 for Eddie DeJarle. And Eddie DeJarle, 953 over 947. You're in the next round. And Sean Lachambe, boy, 937 or 936. The dreaded red eye. And that's Taylor Fiesel warming up the back wheels of that dragster. Bolt Auto and Buyer's Choice Home Inspection. 800 his dial in. So 800 for Taylor with the dragster. 815 for Scott Uremko out of Saskatoon. Link Rendo, Studio 1, RWH Motorsports, BBJ 5-star Laser Auto Body ABS competition. So just over a 1/10 of a second difference. Once again, folks, watch the starting line, this Christmas tree. Not much difference, but it does make a big difference at the top end. And it's a clean start at the line. This is at the top end. And it's Taylor Fiesel with the win at 800 right on the dial in 021 reaction time. Look at this. Scott Uremko right on the dial. 815 052. Computer screen says 5/100ths of a second or 5/1000ths of a second difference on that one. Unbelievable. Good racing. Well, it could be your daddy's Cadillac, Kelly Neufeld 2012. And I'll tell you, Cadillacs, yes, very stylish, luxurious, but very fast as well. So Kelly Neufeld looks like he's going to do a single pass. And you can hear those tires grip the ground. And Kelly Neufeld through the top end, 1066, 136 miles an hour. All right, and it's a licensing pass. And that is, I believe, Nate Gross. Made a couple passes, just got to show he can handle this car. And it is a lot of car to handle, but he's doing a good job licensing here. All right, that's a little bit straighter, Nate. Underpowered, top end. He's through at a 906. First call for Junior Dragster. First call for Junior Street co-pilot class. First call for Junior Dragster. First call for Junior Street co-pilot class. All right, let's go, he says. That's right, Darren Shimko out of Saskatoon. Like to thank the Boschman's Mullet Mafia for their help. 1224 dialed in. Reed Automotive, 78 Nova. He'll get the head start as our friend out of Regina, Chris Langdon, 74 Duster. Thanks, Mary, 1150 dialed in. You'll have to wait. Junior Street Legal, co-pilot class, Junior Dragster to the staging lanes. Well, they're side by side. And top end, it's Shipko. He got a 1228 on a 1224. 1152 and 1150. Came down to reaction times 063. That's reading the Christmas tree. 063 for Shimko, 129 for Chris Langdon. All right, Owen Desjardins up with Garrett Gerwing. And Owen Desjardins takes the win, the Performance Plus Sportsman class. All right, still waiting for a few more vehicles for Junior Street, the co-pilot class. And our Junior Dragster, stage in lane 1. All right, our next pair, Eric Humphreys. He's in 4th spot, and it is Amanda Jacek Flaman. She's in 6th. Once again, that was before the weekend. 1166 for the Pontiac, 1285 for the Dodge. The truck will get the head start. Well, top end. Eric Humphreys takes the win at 1286 on a 1285. 092 reaction time. Look at Amanda Jacek Flaman. Fortunately, her time at 1207 and 1166. She had the reaction time 001. Almost a perfect light. Junior Dragster, stage lanes 1 and 2. Junior Dragsters 1 and 2. Co-pilot, Junior Street Legal. 3 and 4. Junior Street Legal, 3 and 4. All right, our next pair, it is the convertible Mustang out of Kenora. Chad Hot Wheels Novak, 1450. He'll get the head start. Is the Super Coupe out of Saskatoon, Evan Stephenson, a 1206. Evan right now is in third spot. And Chad with the red eye. Evan's going to stay there for a little bit. And he goes through it at 1207 on a 1206. I'd say, Don, he's got the right number on the car. Junior Street, we need you in 3 and 4. Co-pilot class, Junior Street. Co-pilot class, 3 and 4. Junior Dragster, 1 and 2. Junior Dragster, 1 and 2. Well, Chantel Henry is in first spot. Chris Neil Langdon was in second. Right now, Chantel Henry, 1263, will get the head start. OK Tire, Henry's Motorsports for the Yellow Duster. And Chad Penner, 1152, so about a second difference on the cars here. Chad Penner out of Martinsville. Well, top end, it is Chantel Henry with the win. 1267 on 1263. Well, truck versus truck. Yeah, we're going to say this one's a headhunt race. We got about 4 seconds difference. Jay Steele's going to have to wait. Running the Superior Diesel Blazer. RWH, Mr. Transmission, member of the Outcast Racing Team. He will have to wait as Matt Hendry at 1808. Hendry's Motorsports truck. Well, there we go. And I'll tell you, Jay Steele's got a lot of ground to cover. Will he do it before the top end? And he does, as it is a 1808 right on the number for Matt Hendry. 1397 on a 1396. Jay Steele, you got him on the reaction time. That's Treed 081. All right, well, we got some of our junior dragsters. I think we were waiting for one more. What a race, I'll tell you. 1397 on a 1396, 1808 on a 1808. Came down to the Christmas tree in 081 to a 153 reaction time. And we are at the Butler Byers. We call it the co-pilot class. That's right, a junior street legal, we call it. We got Sullivan Grupp, 920 dialed in on that square box Chevy. He'll have to wait as Kaiden Farr out of Saskatoon at 1038 on that Ram Sport. Definitely got to thank our co-pilots on this one, Kurt Jackson and Shane Groff. Well, this is half track, 8th mile. Clean start at the line. It is Kaiden Farr, 1045 on a 1038. 929 on a 920. Came down to reaction times of 475 for Sully. 251 for Kaiden. Well, I think Marty Breeze is taking out the Burnout Championship from Sully. Marty Breeze out of Prince Albert, Aurora Chiropractic for the Checkered Pass Taxi. 9:12. She'll have to wait as Nikita Blanchard and Linda Sabiston will get the head start at 10:20 on that Dodge. Nikita out of Bradwell. Dad's out there, Destin. Well, reaction times are good. Top end. The win goes to Marty Breeze. 9:12 on a 9:12. Wow, it's a breakout by Nikita. So good drag racing, ladies. All right, our next pair. Congratulations, guys. Sully just about. Kaiden, you're in the next round. And Maya Jacques with Dominic Isaac. Here we go. Dominic just getting licensed here, having some fun. 9:90, so Dominic's going to have to wait as Maya Jacques out of Regina will get the head start, 11:45. So we're just looking over a second and just under 2 seconds difference. Pro Reefer Mobile, Dynacrane, Meterman Incorporated, Deck Brothers, and Link Trailer Rentals. And there's that carbon footprint going down on the track. We've got the diesel. That's right, the dually going down the track. Maya Jacques, though, 11:47, 11:45. Takes the win, 10:73 on a 9:90. But Dominic, you're licensed and you're ready to have fun for the rest of the year and next year. That's right, you're ready to go. All right, our next pair in the line, Darian Isaac. Newly licensed, 980. We'll have to wait. Jack Procopio out of Newland Lodge, 1120 dialed in. We'll get the head start. Well, Darian, unfortunately, that's called a red light. That means you're disqualified at the starting line. So Jack Procopio, 1120 through the 8th mile. 11:41, you're in the next round. Second round eliminations. Pro, let's go. Pro to the staging lane. Second round eliminations. Let's go. All right, we got our racers making down the return road. Let's put our hands together for our junior racers. They're our future here at SIR for sure. Good job, guys. All right, and our other co-pilot drivers, Jack Procopue and Darian Isaac, make their way down the return road. I know there's not a lot out there, but you know what? Give them a hand. These young racers, yes. They are our future. We are recruiting, having some fun racing here at SIR, family racing. Second call for pro, let's go. Pro. All right, he calls himself Turbo Thomas Jacek Flaman out of Regina. He's got the single pass, 1180. Wants to make sure that pass is going to take him in the final. And yes, he can't disqualify himself, but it's a kind of a gift, a free run. Well, he red light, but that's okay. Thomas is in the final. 1180 wants to make sure he just can't red light it in the final unless both cars red light, right? How about that? 1185 and 1180? I'd say Turbo Thomas, you know your junior dragster. 5/100ths of a second difference, 1185 and 1180. So it will be Turbo Thomas either meeting Victoria with Zoe, 1360. She'll get the head start, or Leia. Jacek Flaman, 1190 dialed in. All right, Victorian line first. Pro, let's find your partner and let's go. Pro, let's go. Well, Turbo Thomas Jacek Flaman is either going to meet Victoria or Leia. And it will be Victoria Desjardins. How about that? A 1362 and a 1360. 214 reaction time, 1195 on 1190. 414 reaction time, but boy, oh boy, Victoria Desjardins up with Thomas Jacek Flaman. And Pro, let's find your partner and let's go. Pro, find your partner and let's go. So yes, we're just touching up the track again, and we're going to get underway with the second round eliminations. Once again, Pro, find your partner and let's go. Pro, find your partner and let's go. All right, so in for some more cars. Pro, find your partner and let's go. Pro, find your partners and let's go. All right, the spray going down once again. Pro. Let's find your partner and let's go. Final call for pro. Final call for pro. All right, there's not a lot of us out there, but you know what? Please put your hands together for these young racers. They're making their way down the return road. And looks like the kids are with the Desarlais clan. But congratulations, guys. There's all the kids. There we go. You only got to wave once. There, they were thinking about you guys, right? Good job, guys. Good job. All right, just got to do some prep again. Get the track ready to go. It's been prepped, ready to go. Gates closed at the top end. And I do believe everybody in pro is there. Let's take a look. All right, still waiting for one or two yet. Final call for pro. All right, first call for Super Pro. First call for Super Pro. And Kerry, we're going to have testers after that, and then it'll be street legal. So just giving you a bit of a heads up. No tipping required. That's okay. Thank you for the info on my combustion. Sheldon inspected it. Okay, so if I got a problem, I'm going to go talk to Sheldon, right? I've never had a problem yet. That is a beautiful base. It is a very nice base. So what you're saying is I got a collector's item. The first round, square pickups. I like that. You never know, right? But I do buy instruments to play. I do not buy them for investments. I like to play the instrument, right? All right, having a little bit of fun with Kerry there. Once again, Super Pro. Let's find your partner and let's go. Super Pro. And then after that, testers, you guys are going to be on deck. You haven't been called yet, but testers on deck after that. Second call, Super Pro, find your partner and let's go. All right, we've got the classic Camaro against the Mustang. It's the new ride for Mark Adams out of Craven, Saskatchewan, 67 Camaro. Prairie Industrial Health Services and Valley Boys Plumbing and Heating as sponsors, 980. Mark Adams with the Camaro will have to wait as John Martin with the red Mustang out of Stoughton, Saskatchewan, 1063. Just under a second head start in the Tiger Automotive lane. I like this Mustang. And it's over. Mark Adams with the red eye. Let's take a look. John Martin at 1063, 268 reaction time. Down the quarter mile, Adams would have had the mark, a 980 on his ET, and John Martin having some issues, pulling over on the side of the road. All right, looks like John Martin is still running. Once again, we just ask you to just stop, guys, just in case we got any liquids, so that way cleanup's a lot easier. Sometimes it does make sense to keep going, but yeah, we do appreciate it. If you just stop by the guardrail, we would rather wait the extra minute. We'll tell you you're clear to go. And there's Super Pro once again. Super Pro, find your partner and let's go. All right, just going to check out that Tiger Automotive lane just to make sure everything goes okay. Super Pro, find your partner and let's go. All right, looks like we're cleared, ready to go. All right, firing up once again. Super Pro. I think we're waiting for one more. No, waiting for two, I believe. Super Pro, we need you. All right. right, our next pair. We've got the 66 Chevelle. That is my favorite year. Chevelle, Jared McIntosh out of Outlook. K. McIntosh from Sons and RWH Motorsports 971. Jared McIntosh will wait as Lauren Krieger gets a head start. 10:51 on that Demon, Metermen, Dyna Crane, Pro Riser, and Pro Soils, his sponsors. Well, this one's over at the line, both double red eyes, but it will be Jared McIntosh with the win. He redlit after 971 right on the number, so Jared McIntosh, you're in the next round. Final call for Super Pro. Final call for Super Pro. Yes, the car was for sale. 82 Trans Am, Mason, the Mongoose Boschman, Limitless Auto Boutique, Martinsville Collision, SCS Contracting, and Team Boss Blue. 972 to a 978. 6/100ths of a second difference. Floyd Scribner out of Saskatoon. Karika Downhole Services is sponsor. This is a heads-up race. First call for testers, 1 and 2. And the win goes to Mason Boschman. 973 on a 972, came down to reaction times. As Floyd Scribner ran his dial in, a 110 reaction. Mason got the tree on that one in 0721. All right, our next pair. Walter Fruit Loop Burnett's from Bigger, Saskatchewan, dialed in 1078. 1031 for Jake Fiesel out of Regina. Jake sponsored by Advanced Electrical, Stand Pro Lighting, and Electro Tech. 1031. He'll wait. Burnett's will get the head start. Testers, staging lanes 1 and 2. Second call, testers, staging lanes 1 and 2. Outcast Racing, Kim Gallagher out of Saskatoon. Racing for Gary Waldner, thank you so much. Yes, we are doing this season for Gary. ABS Competition, RWH, and Superior Diesel. Her sponsors, 1110. She'll get the head start. It's a 1033 for our friend out of Regina, Dale Weiss. Running olds, that's right, old school racing. Testers, staging lanes 1 and 2. Testers, staging lanes 1 and 2. And clean start at the line. And it's Dale Weiss, 1034 and a 1033. 003. Kim Gallagher breaks out. She was dialed in 1110, goes through at 1109 with the 9. Wow, what a race on that one. All right, Brandon Bennett was in third spot going into the weekend. He's up against Floyd Chappell. Brandon out of White City, 919 on the Mustang. He'll wait. Chappell a 932 on that Hemi Dart. Well, it's over. It's a red eye for Floyd Chappell. Let's take a look. Brandon Bennett, 919, 056 reaction time. Oh, breaks out a 913. Brandon, you got a decision to make, but you're in the next round. Testers, staging lanes 1 and 2. Testers, the staging lanes 1 and 2. Well, we heard about Brandon. This is his wife, Heather, out of White City, 1107. And yes, she claimed the 50-50 from yesterday. She'll get the head start here, 1107 to a 946 for Braden Haru. Haru was number 1 going into the weekend. Well, Heather with the red eye. Braden Haru takes the win in 046. 946 top end. Oh boy, 945 with a 6. Brandon, you might want to slice that number a little bit, but you're in the next round. Tester, stage and lanes 1 and 2. Tester, stage and lanes 1 and 2. First call for street legal. First call for street legal is stage and lanes. And testers 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. Street legal 5 and 6. Well, both racers out of Regina. Ken Daly with the white dart. Dave Kerr with the white fury. 1228. Dave will get the head start at the Tiger Automotive lane. 10:22 for Ken Daly. Side by side, it is Daly. Right on the number, a 10:22 with a 1. And Mr. Kerr, well, 12:35 on a 12:28. He had the reaction time in 0:15. Ken Daly in 0:85, but he takes the win. Final call for testers 1 and 2. Final call for testers 1 and 2. Street legal, we need you in staging. Street legal, we need you in staging. Well, we got Dragster with Dragster, the OK Tire Super Pro class. Bob Fiesel with the Dragster 882. He'll get the head start. Echo Electric Advanced Electrical Agency. Richard Skopik with Crush It. That's right, Richard and Joan out of Saskatoon. Provincial Vodka and Seward Pole Mechanical 806 dialed in. So Richard's going to have to wait. Well, Bob Fiesel advanced to the next round. Richard Skopik with the red eye. Ran an 808 on top of it. Bob Fiesel breaks out. Bob, you're in the next round. And Dragster with Dragster. Travis McBain is in the VP Fuel lane. He'll be dialed in at a 778. Snooker Shack, Napa, McBain Welding, GR Petroleum, Diesel Netics, and Haga Mechanical, his sponsors. 801 on Taylor Fiesel out of Regina. This guy out of the junior dragster class for a number of years, now in Super Pro with his own dragster. Vote Auto and Buyer's Choice Home Inspections. 801 to a 778. So Taylor will get the head start. Street Legal, we need you in 5 and 6. Street Legal, 5 and 6. Well, clean start at the line. And that's Taylor Fiesel right on the number at 801 and 801. 782 and a 778. It came down to reaction times. Travis in 038. 026 for Taylor. So Taylor Fiesel, you are in the next round. All right, well, I think that Mackenzie Auto Beer Gun's going to get a little busier as the eliminations get going there. How's Jody doing there? You doing okay? All right, she's moving her arm. We got to check in on her, you know. As well, Hector's Grub Hub. You need something to eat or drink? Get down there. Hector's Grub Hub. Well, looks like RWH Motorsports Dragster gets the bye run. 767 is the number he looks for. Look at that, Richie Harder. 767 with an 8. You're on your game. Street Legal, we need you in 5 and 6. Street Legal, I know there's a few vehicles that got to make their way there. Well, Barney on the line first. Jason Howdle, that's right, out of Lloydminster, Alberta. 10:23 will get the head start. Jamie Fiesel with the Bantam Altered out of Pasqua Lake. Buyer's Choice Home Inspections, Vote Auto, 8:48. So Jason Howdle gets the head start on this round. And it's over, double red eyes. But Jason Howdle, you're going to take the win, 10:23. Right on the number, 10:23 with a 2. So got to get rid of that red light. But Jason Howdle, Barney, you're in the next round. Street Legal, we need you in 5 and 6. Street Legal, 5 and 6. All right, our next pair from Southern Saskatchewan. Jack and Shannon Appleby, 72 Dart out of Emerald Park, 9:21 dialed in. You'll have to wait. 80 Desjardins out of Pilot Butte will get the head start on 9:47. Dinah Crane, Deck Brothers, and Link Trailers. Clean start at the line, top end. It's Appleby. All right, first call, co-pilot class, Junior Street, 3 and 4. Co-pilot class, 3 and 4. All right, we're going to do some more testing here. That is Nikita Blanchard and Linda Sabiston making the 8th-mile trek down the track. Well, down the 8th mile, 1:29 reaction time. How about a 10:76? 66 miles an hour. Sully, Junior Street, 3 and 4, let's go. No, don't worry about Dad. We'll worry about him later. Okay, Dad, no, we won't do Junior Street then. Okay. That's better. What just happened there? Sully, come on. All right. Nikki McClellan, husband-wife race team. Huge thanks to her husband. Top Cat Tattoos, JJ's Express, Deb Murdoch Mortgages, Lady Luck Automotive, and Ripper. She's out of Aberdeen. Isn't there a saying about Aberdeen? A bird in the Haston is worth 2 in the bush. All right, Nick McCullen making the way down the quarter mile. 960, 137 miles an hour. All right, another licensing pass for our friends, Nate Gross. Well, Nate doing a little bit of steering, back on the throttle all the way down the line. And he gets through to 908, 149 miles an hour. Junior Street, 3 and 4. Junior Street, 3 and 4. All right, our next pair out of the burnout boxes, it is Lucifer doing some testing. That is Lauren Krieger up with the smiling guy himself, Leroy Schmidt. .029 Rex Timer Schmidt, 063 for Krieger. Top band Schmidt, there's their first, the 945, 1062 for the Challenger, or the Demon. And Junior Dragster final, staging lanes 1 and 2. Junior Dragster final 1 and 2. All right, the Battle of Southern Saskatchewan, right? The Battle of Mopars. No, they're just testing. They're having some more fun. They want to make another pass down the track, right? Good job, guys. And yes, they're only going 8 mile, folks. It's a co-pilot class here. And top end, it is the Tiger Automotive lane there first, the 983. VP Fuel lane, 1052. Second call, Junior Dragster final, 1 and 2. All right, we're into the Audio Warehouse Street Legal Elimination Round. Dave Leverton with a Carl Rock Construction Dodge Ram. 1400, look at that. Shane Gropp says 1400 as well. Fixed Income Garage, it is a heads-up race. Well, they're side by side, top end. It is Shane Groff, a 1411 on a 1400 dial-in. As Dave Leverton broke out, ran a little too quick at 13.92 and a 14.00. So 8/100ths of a second, a little too quick. Junior Dragster final, 1 and 2. Junior Dragster final, no. Stage and Lanes 1 and 2. Third call. Well, this one's over at the starting line. Unfortunately, a red eye for Kerry Reap. Chad Novak will advance. 1450 dialed in that convertible Mustang. That's the number he's looking for. He's got the reactor time in 029. And he gets through to 1471. Yeah, he got a little safe at the top end, didn't he? And Evan Stephenson was going into the weekend number 1 in the Audio Warehouse Street Legal class. He's got the single passer, 1206. Going to make sure that number takes him into the next round. Well, Evan with the reaction time in 058, 1206 is the number. Top end, oh boy, 1210. 4/100ths of a second difference. That's up to you, Evan. But you are in the next round, the Audio Warehouse Street Legal class. All right, and still waiting for one more. I think it's Victoria. Junior Dragster final. All right, well, it is Walter Furnet's in second spot. And Taylor Jassa, good to see him back with the 2010 Camaro. Another racer, Junior Dragster, now progressing into other classes. 1386 on the Camaro, 1079 on the Corvette. And Walter's got some real estate to get over. Can he do it? He does. 1099 on a 1079. Good for the win. And there is our other Junior Dragster. All right, we're about halfway through our elimination rounds. Once again, I know some of the racers are taking off. Once again, we wish everybody safe travels. We are back in a couple weeks again. So we'll see you then. But safe travels for everyone, and congratulations to our winners and runner-ups this weekend. We're still not done today. All right, looks like Matt Henry with the single pass, 1808. He's got two options, stage it and save it. Well, he's run it because he brung it. 1808. And he's through to 1818. You are in the next round, Matt Henry. All right, this is our Butler Byers Junior Street Legal Co-Pilot Elimination Round. Jack Procopue with the Dodge, 1120 dialed in. We'll have to wait briefly. Yes, Maya Jacques, 1145. We got about 0.2 of a second difference. Maya is sponsored by Pro Reefer, Mobile, Dyna Crane, Meterman Incorporated, Deck Brothers, and Link Trailer Rentals. All right, top end. It is Maya Jacques in the next round. 11:53 on 11:45 dialing. So Maya will either be meeting Kaiden Farr out of Saskatoon. He'll be dialed in at 10:38. Or Marley Breeze, 9:12 out of Prince Albert. Well, I'll tell you, Marley Breeze, boy, she's got confidence heating up those rear tires. And once again, thank you. It was her birthday at the feature. What do? They bring me a t-shirt. She brings me a cupcake. I got to take their pictures with them yesterday. I am Marley's announcer. And I'm non-biased, right? All the racers out there are my favorite racers. All right, well, it's going to be Maya Jacques either meeting Kaiden Farr or Marley Breeze. And it's an all-female final once again, 9:18 under 9:12. Marley Breeze is going to meet up with Maya Jacques in the final for the Butler Byers co-pilot junior street legal class. First call for pro. First call for pro. Find your partner and let's go. 5 and 6. Pro. Let's find your partner and let's go. Well, you're in the final, Maya. Congratulations. And good job. Jack Procopue, good job, guy. All right, let's hear it for Kaiden Farr and Marley Breeze. That's going to be an all-female final. But I'll tell you, Kaiden, you did really well. Keep slugging away, Marley Breeze. You're in the final. And I hate to say it, I didn't bring the yellow shirt today. I had to get that washed. You guys are on your own today, right? Thank you for you let me Photoshop you guys yesterday. That was nice. All right, pro, let's find our partner and let's go. Pro, let's find our partner and let's go. All right, this is for the Butler Byers Junior Dragster Final. And Thomas Jacek Flamin in the final with Victoria Desjardins. Victoria's got, she calls her Zoe. And Thomas, please turbo Thomas Jacek Flamin out of Regina. So Thomas dialed in 1180, 1360. Victoria will get the head start. And it is a clean start at the line, top of the 8th mile. Today's winner in the Butler Byers Junior Dragster class. Congratulations! It is Turbo Thomas Jacek Flamin, 1195 and 1180. 032 reaction time. Victoria 13.9 on a 1360. A 156 reaction time. But good job, young lady, young man. Awesome finish. All right, Pro, let's find your partner. Let's go. Pro, let's go. We are on the third round. After the third round, we just got a couple left. And we will be done. Pro, let's find your partner and let's go. 5 and 6, Pro, let's go. All right, let's hear it. That's right. Put your hands together. Good job, guys. And you guys are smiling. You had fun doing it. Good job. So Thomas Jacek Flamin, today's winner, Victoria, runner-up. But I'll tell you, make sure you guys get your pictures taken right in the back. All right, Pro, we need you. Pro, let's go. Well, we got to put our hands together for Mom and Dad, right? I think Mom and Dad's got to figure it out. You got the Desjardins babysitting the kids half the time. Is that the secret's out? Oh, Leia's there. There we go. She's going to wait for us, right? All right, still a few more cars in Pro. Pro, let's go. Find your partner and let's go. All right, couple more cars. Pro, we need you in staging. Pro, we need you in staging. First call for Super Pro. First call for Super Pro. 3 and 4. Let's find your partner and let's go. Super Pro. Second call, Super Pro. 3 and 4. Let's go. Second call, Super Pro. 3 and 4. Let's go. All right, just asking a few questions here. Once again, Super Pro, 3 and 4. And just making sure Pro is ready and ready to go. All right, looks like it's ready to go. Super Pro, we need you in staging lane. Super Pro, find your partner. Let's go. Well, looks like it's going to be a bye run for Walter Frenette's a 1079 on the Corvette out of Bigger, Saskatchewan. Well, 1079's the number Walter is looking for at the top of the quarter mile. And he gets, oh boy, 1073, breaks out by 6 100ths of a second. Walter, you may want to shave that number. Super Pro, let's go Super Pro. All right, our next pair, well, Brandon Bennett was in third spot. So let's see what he does after this weekend. 917 dialed in on the Mustang out of White City. 971 for Jared McIntosh. He'll get the head start out of Outlook. 66 Chevelle, sponsored by K. McIntosh and Sons and RWH Motorsports. Well, it's a clean start at the line, top end of the quarter mile. It is Jared McIntosh, runs a 969 and a 971. He breaks out. Brandon Bennett broke out as well. .912 on a 917. And our next pair on the starting line, the car is for sale. Mason the Mongoose Boatman out of Martinsville. Limitless Auto Boutique, Martinsville Collision, SCS Contracting, Team Boss Blue, 971. He'll have to wait as our friend out of Regina, Ken Daly start. Will get the weight at 1021 to 971. Testers 1 and 2, testers 1 and 2. Whoa, what a launch by Daly. And top end, it's Daly, but what a launch. 1022 on a 1021. 023 reaction time. Kenny Daly, wow. Tester, staging lanes 1 and 2. Tester, staging lanes 1 and 2. First call for Sportsman 5 and 6. First call for Sportsman 5 and 6. We've got Oldsmobile against Oldsmobile. Braden Haru out of Saskatoon, number 1 going in the weekend. Laser Auto Body RWH Motorsports. Like to thank Mom and Dad, Scott and Glenn. Your Rivco 946, you'll have to wait. Dale Weiss at 1033 for our friend out of Regina. Old School Racing. Well, clean start at the line. And it is Braden Haru, 947 and 946. Oh boy, Dale Weiss broke out 1032 with a 6 on a 1033. What a drag race. Testers 1 and 2 are still open. Testers 1 and 2 are still open. And Sportsman, we need you. Sportsman, we need you in staging. All right, Jason Howdle out of Lloydminster, Alberta. He's got Barney. That's the purple 71 Charger, 1023 the number. And he can stage it and save it, or he can run it because he can run it. And he decides to save the medal. And I'll tell you, Jason's been running pretty solid all weekend. So you know what? Saving the money, absolutely. All you have to show is the car could run. Testing lanes 1 and 2 are still open. Testing lanes 1 and 2 are still open. And Sportsman, we need you in staging. Find your partner and let's go. Sportsman, we need you in staging. And Fiesel with Fiesel on this. It is uncle with nephew. I love this racing. Bob Fiesel at Pasqua Lake Echo Electric Advanced Electrical Agency, 879. He'll get the head start as Taylor Fiesel, 801 out of Regina. Boat Auto Buyer's Choice Home Inspections, his sponsors. So boy, oh boy, under a second difference on these dragsters. The Battle of Fiesels. Final call for testers, 1 and 2. Final call for testers. Sportsman, we need you in 5 and 6. Sportsman, we need you in 5 and 6. Well, looks like Bob Fiesel, as he breaks out. Guess what? Bobby, you broke out and you're not going to like your time slip. Oh, no. Oh. Wow, Taylor Fiesel, that's luck, buddy. You're in the next round, but Bob Fiesel breaks out. All right, Richie Harder. RWH Motorsports Dragster. Northern Blacktop Laser Auto Body Triumph Construction getting on the starting line to 768. Rich will wait as Jack and Shannon Appleby out of Emerald Park, 72 Dart. He's dialed in at a 922. Jack will get the head start. Sportsman, we need you in 5 and 6. Sportsman, 5 and 6. Well, clean start at the line. And top end. Ho. Rich Harder. No, it's just above though. Breaks out. Oh boy, he's not going to like this time slip on that. Jack Appleby right on the number. 922 with a 9. 021 reaction time. 046 for Richie Harder. Ran a 767 on a 768. Jamie Fiesel, we need you in the tower.
Right now.
Right now. Okay, sorry. That's Sean's words, okay? Don't take it out on the announcer, okay? Okay, we said right now. You don't have to run, though, James. Just right now. But you don't have to run, okay? All right, Sportsman is loaded. All right, Russ Flaman, do some more testing on that 69 GTO. And Russ Flaman down the 8th, a 448. quarter mile, 724, 150 miles an hour. But yes, he's still testing a few numbers here. And he's testing to the 8th mile of 448, 163 miles an hour. First call for street legal. First call for street legal, 3 and 4. First call for street legal, 3 and 4. All right, the Performance Plus Sportsman, Chantal Henry, going into the weekend number 1. 1265 on the Yellow Duster out of Dundurn. Henry's Motorsports OK Tire, her sponsors. 1265, she'll get the head start on Desjardins out of Regina. 1210 on the Pro Reefer Mobile Truck, Dyna Crane, Miter and Meterman Incorporated. Deck Brothers Performance. And top end. It's Owen Desjardins, 12:16 on a 12:10. As Chantal Henry broke out, ran too quick. She was supposed to run a 12:65. She breaks out with a 12:63. Street legal, we need you in staging lanes. Street legal to the staging lanes. All right, battle of trucks this round. Eric Humphreys with the Dodge D200, 1285. He'll have to wait as a Superior Diesel Blazer, 1397. Jay Steele's got dialed in. He's a member of the Outcast Racing Team. Mr. Transmission and RWH Motorsports, his sponsors. All right, top end, Jay Steele and Eric Humphreys. It is Jay Steele with the win. Double breakout. All right, our next pair, Evan Stevenson from Saskatoon, 1207 dialed in the Super Coupe. 1226 for the Orange Nova, Darren Shimko. Like to thank the Boatman's Mullet Mafia as well as Reed Automotive. 1226 to a 1207, boy oh boy. 0.2 of a second difference. And top end, Darren Shimko, 1226 on a 1226. Evan Stephenson broke out, oh boy, a 1206 with a 1 on a 1207. 8/100ths of a second. All right, Super Pro ladder has not been updated. We have to do a rerun. So once again, Super Pro, the ladder has not been freshened up. We have to do a rerun. Street legal, we need you in 3 and 4. Street legal, 3 and 4. And Junior Street final, Junior Street final. All right, we are whittling down this third round. Then we're into the semis, and then we're into the finals. Almost there once again, guys. Thank you for all your patience and understanding. Yeah, it's been, well, fairly good weekend here. And Super Pro Ladder, yes, hasn't been posted. We got to do a rerun. So just hold off. And Street Legal and Junior Street Legal co-pilot final. We need you in staging. Well, I think Jody's doing all right with the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens. She's not overly busy, but you know what? She might get a little busier here in the next 2 rounds. But once again, thank you to all the racers, crews, the fans. Thank you for coming out supporting us this weekend. Once again, we couldn't do it without you. And we're back here in a couple weeks. So everybody, safe travels and more safe racing for our finalists here as we're whittling it down to the final runs. Street Legal, we need you in staging. And Junior Street Legal Co-Pilot, final, we need you in staging. So Street Legal and Junior Street Legal Co-Pilot, we need you guys in staging. Safe travels, Jake. All right, we are in the Audio Warehouse Street Legal class. All right, Shane Grubb out of Dundurn. That's right, the Fixed Income Garage. I'd like to thank the SIR crew, Sullivan, Elizabeth, and Megan, his family as well, friends and family. And that's Sully on the sideline. And he takes the tree, and he staged it and saved it. Well, we got the headhunt race here. Walter Fernandez has got a lot of ground to cover. How about just over 7 seconds? Can he do it? He's on his brakes. It's Matt Henry with the win, 18:11 on an 18:08. Walter Fernandez, unfortunately, didn't get her. All right, Chad Novak on the line first with the convertible Mustang out of Kenora, 1465. And Chad will get the head start as our friend out of Saskatoon, Evan Stephenson, 1202 on the Super Coupe. Well, it is a clean start on the line. Evan Stephenson's got some ground to cover. Will he do it? And he does. A 1207 or a 1202. 1461 to 1465. Chad Novak with the breakout. Ran a little too quick, so Evan Stephenson, you're in the next round. Well, today's final, the Battle of Ladies. That's right, Maya Jacques out of Regina with Marcy Desjardins, her co-pilot, 2007 Colorado, 1147 dialed in. Pro Reefer Mobile, Dyna Crane, Metermen Incorporated, Deck Brothers, and Link Trailer Rentals. Maya will get the head started as Marty Breeze out of Prince Albert at 912. Marty with Steve Boyle in the back or the side seat. There we go. Been a long day here, right? Either way, it's over on the 8th mile. Congratulations, Maya Jacques. You took the win. 11:56 on 11:47. Marty Breeze, 9:19 on a 9:12. Came down to reaction times. 076, 020. Congratulations, Maya Jacques, today's winner in the Butler Byers Junior Street Legal Class. So once again, the Super Pro ladder has not been updated. We got to do a rerun. And as soon as that's done, it will get updated. Well, we're winding them down. We got to leave these racers a little bit of time in between runs to allow the vehicles to cool off, right? They run a little bit better. And there's not a lot of people out there, but we got to congratulate today's winner. That's right, the Butler Byers Junior Street Legal Class. Today's winner, Maya Jacques out of Regina. And the runner-up is Marley Breeze All lady final. Congratulations. You guys, awesome racing here today. Thank you so much, guys. There we go. All right, just waiting for the Super Pro rerun, and then we're going to update the ladder. We're going to get back at it again. And the racers look like they're ready. They're just about there. So once again, Super Pro ladder will be updated after this rerun. Thank you, Bobby. And boy, the riders sucked yesterday. Not to put a bad thought in your mind, right? Close game up until halftime, but boy, we kind of fell off the toilet on that one, didn't we? Oh, well. Well, we're just about there, folks. Once again, just got to do the rerun. Then the Super Pro ladder will be reposted and updated. Then it's semifinals, and then with the finals. So a lot of it, well, we got to linger a little bit. But hey, you guys can talk amongst yourself. You can visit. And once again, we're down to just a couple final rounds. All racers and crews, all safe travels. Look forward to seeing you again in a couple of weeks. And thank you for coming out supporting us this weekend. Thank you for last weekend. Lots of feedback, yes. A great feature, and I'll tell you, 60 years for next year, it's going to be incredible. All right, Bobby Fiesel is fired up. Taylor is in the lanes waiting. And this is the rerun we're waiting for. After this, we are going to update that Super Pro ladder. All right, they're ready to go. The Battle of Fiesels once again. I love it. First call for Pro, 5 and 6. Pro, let's go. First call, 5 and 6. All right, we got to rerun the Feasels. I'll tell you, I think a Feasel's going to win. I feel like a weatherman. I can't lose on that one, can I? Now, is that Uncle Bob or is it Nephew Taylor? That's right, Bob Feasel out of Pasqua Lake, Echo Electric Advanced Electrical Agency, 878. Taylor Feasel out of Regina, Boat Auto and Buyer's Choice Home Inspections, 800. Bob Feasel will get the head start. And it is a clean start at the line. And top end, it is Bob Feasel. 879 and 878, 015 reaction time. Wow. Taylor breaks out a 799 with an 8 on an 8. Reaction time 038. 1/100th of a second on that run, folks. Incredible. So, Pro, we need you in staging. Pro, we need you in staging. And the Super Pro ladder will be updated as soon as Cheryl makes it down there. And that was one heck of a drag race, you Feasels. My God. You got to earn it. All right, Pro, we need you in staging lanes. Pro, what a rerun, guys. That was one heck of a race. Feasel, and I'll tell you what, no one's giving nothing. Awesome race. Pro, let's see you in staging. We need Pro in staging. All right, Cheryl, thank you for posting the updated Super Pro ladders. Please take your time to come up into the tower. If you didn't mind, you could bring me an ice cream, but I'm kidding. Put down the stapler. Put down that stapler. Hey, Jace, put the stapler down. I bruise easy. Good job going through the rounds today, bud. Keep it going. All right, Pro, we need you in staging. Pro, let's go. We're down to the semifinals, and then it'll be final. Right on. Yeah, congratulations. Good job, guys. Awesome job. Super Pro, we need you in 3 and 4. Super Pro, 3 and 4. And testers 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. Testing lanes 1 and 2 are open. 3 and 4, Super Pro. Well, what a beautiful day. Thank you, Mother Nature. We got clouds in the skies, not the ones we had yesterday. They're kind of spooky with all that gray on them. And not really much humidity, so just down to the last 2 rounds here. Once again, thank you, everyone, for your patience. Maybe we're going to have a great fall. I don't know. Summer was nothing to write home about with all those forest fires and the smoke. But we're in Saskatchewan. It is what it is. All right, Super Pro 3 and 4. Super Pro 3 and 4. Testers 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. Super Pro 3 and 4. Super Pro 3 and 4. Well, then there was 4. That's right, the Queen City Performance Pro Class, Walter Frenetz and Ken Daly. One of these guys will be advancing to the final. Walter Frenetz on a bigger Corvette dialed in at 1073. He'll get the head start. Our friend out of Regina, Ken Daly, 1021 dialed in the 71 Dart. Whoa, what a launch by Daly. But it's a red eye, so it is Walter Frenetz. Boy, oh boy, Ken Daly's not going to like it. 8/1000th of a second. And look at that, Frenetz broke out. Daly had the win. But it is Walter Frenetz in the final. Yeah, Super Pro, I think we're waiting for one more. Super Pro, one more car. So it is Walter Frenetz in the final with either Jared McIntosh out of Outlook, 66 Chevelle, K. McIntosh Sons, RWH Motorsports, 968. He'll get the head start as Braden Haru going into the weekend, number 1, 945 dialed in on the Cutlass 442. Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports. Thank you, Mom and Dad, Scott, Glenn Yaremko. Are you sure it's Glenn Yaremko and it's not Sputnuts? Well, it's a clean start at the line. Walter Fernetz is going to meet Braden Haru in the final. Wow. 019 reaction time for Haru. 050 for Jared McIntosh. So it was at the tree. I'll tell you, Walter Fernetz up against Braden Haru for the pro final here today. All right, one more Super Pro. We need you in stage. And Super Pro, what a launch, Mr. Daly. You went through the rounds. Congratulations, Ken. Walter Fernetz, you are in the final. And Braden Haru, you are in the final with Walter Fernetz. And Braden doing some waving. Absolutely, he is in the final with Walter Fernetz. And Jared McIntosh, what a race. Wow. But then there was two. Sportsman, we need you in 5 and 6. Sportsman, 5 and 6. And final call. Super Pro, Jack Appleby, we need you right now. So it looks like Bob Fiesel will be in the final. Echo Electric, Advanced Electrical Agency, 878. He's got two options. He can stage it and save it. Just got to show the car can make the run. And he's going to do that. They just rerun, so they don't want to heat it up too much, right? Final call, Jack Appleby. We need you in stage and final call. So Bob Fiesel getting prepared for the final. All right, there's Mr. Appleby. So Bob Fiesel will either meet Jack Appleby or Jason Howdle in the final. And Sportsman, we need you in 5 and 6. Second call, Sportsman. Sportsman, we need you in 5 and 6. Sportsman, we need you in 5 and 6. Well, Bob Diesel will either meet Jack Appleby with the Dodge 72 Dart 921 dialed in of Emerald Park, or Jason Howdle out of Lloydminster, Alberta, Barney 1023 dialed in. So Dragster and Door Slammer in the final. Well, it is a clean start at the line. Bob Diesel will be meeting Jason Howdle. That's right. 1021 and a 1023 double breakout. Appleby a 919 and a 921. So it is Jason Howdle with Bob Diesel in the final in the OK Tire Super Pro class. Street Legal and Medium 3 and 4. Street Legal 3 and 4. All right, we got a test session going on this one. Street Legal need in 3 and 4. Street Legal 3 and 4. All right, the checkered pass taxi making its way down the track. And through the 8 mile at 10:34, 69 miles an hour. Good job, guys. All right, Nate Gross doing a single pass with the Pontiac Firebird of Southern Saskatchewan. Yeah, boy, Nate Gross doing a little bit of steering on that one. Got her straightened out, top end. Let's see the time. How about a 9:05, 149 miles an hour? Street Legal 3 and 4. Street Legal 3 and 4. All right, the battle of the heavyweights. We got the big Ram trucks. We got the dually in the VP Fuel lane. And the single tire in the other lane. Dominic and Darian. And don't ask me who's running what. I'm just going off the memory. And there's that carbon footprint being put down. Reaction times 371 to a 360, top of the 8th. It is the Tiger Automotive lane. Staging lanes are closed for testers. 1 and 2 are closed. Testing lanes are now closed. 1 and 2. All right, street legal is there. All right, the Performance Plus Sportsman semifinals. Owen Desjardins, 1210 dialed in on the Chevy Vega. Pro Reefer Mobile Truck, Dynacrane, Meterman Incorporated, and Deck Brothers Performance, 1210. He'll wait as Jay Steele with the Superior Diesel Blazer, 1393. We'll get the head start. RWH Motorsports, Mr. Transmission. And it's over. She's a red eye. Jay Steele, you're in the next round. Let's take a look. 1393. Oh boy. 1389 may want to shade the number, but Jay Steele, you're in the final. And looks like he's going to be up against Darren Shimko out of Saskatoon, 78 Nova. Now, Darren's got two choices. 1226 dialed in. He can run it because he's brung it, or he can save it and stage it. Now, I'm not much of a CSI guy, but when the guy does the burnout, I'm going to assume he's going to make the pass, right? All right, once again, we got to thank our friends from Southie, having a lot of fun with us this weekend. Thank you, guys. Really appreciated that ride. Man, oh man, what a great weekend. And yes, thank you, guys. Safe travels. Awesome weekend, guys. Thank you. Well, the number he's looking for is a 1226. Darren Shimko, single pass, 265 reaction time. 1226. How about a 1226 with a 2? Right on the number. And this is the Audio Warehouse Street Legal Semi. And it looks like Matt Henry will be in the final. He's dialed in at 1808. And he's going to stage it and save it. Or he's going to run it because he brung it. Well, I think he's going to run it. Good race, guys. Unbelievable. Good job going through the rounds here today. All right, Matt Henry, 1808, wants to look at that number. 084 reaction time as he makes his way down the track. And Matt Henry will get through the quarter mile. 1813, I'd say you got the number, Matt. Well, Matt Henry will either meet Evan Stephenson in the Audio Warehouse final. In Street Legal, 1205 for Evan Stephenson. He'll have to wait. Shane Groff out of Dundurn, 1415 dialed in. He'll get the head start. And it is a clean start at the line. Matt Henry will be meeting Evan Stephenson for the final. 1209 and a 1205. 1440 and a 1415 for Shane. So it is Mopar final. All right, Matt Henry, you are in the final. Congratulations. You're going to be meeting Evan Stephenson, all Mopar. All right, we just got to allow all the finalists now a little bit of time in between the rounds to get ready, cool off a little bit, and get prepared. Then it is 4 finals, and we are done here, folks. Once again, thank you, everyone, for all your patience. For the racers leaving, yes, safe travels. Look forward to seeing you guys back again. Good race, guys. Evan Stephenson, you are in the final. Shane, good run. Well, we're down to 4 finals, folks, so just allowing the racers a little bit of time in between rounds. We are back here 2 weeks. We will see you once again. And once again, all racers, all the crews, and you know what, the fans as well. Everybody safe travels. We're looking forward to seeing you again in a couple of weeks. Well, maybe not that Jace guy, but everyone else we're looking forward to seeing, right? Yeah, I know. You got that restraining order, right? So Kimmy's not the only racer in the family, eh? Ah. All right, finalists, when you are ready to the staging lanes, finalists, when you're ready to the staging lanes. While we're just taking a moment here, once again, all finalists to the staging lanes when you're ready. When you're ready, finalists to the staging lanes, finalists to the staging lanes. All right, there's one of our pro finalists, Braden Haru on staging lanes. Walter Frenette's making it. All right, all racers, finalists, let's make it to staging. All finalists to the staging lanes, all finalists to the staging lanes. All finalists to the staging lanes, all finalists to the staging lanes. All right, all finalists to the staging lanes, all finalists to the staging lanes. And this is the Queen City Performance Pro Class Final. Braden going into the weekend, number 1. All right, it is Braden Haru out of Saskatoon, 68 Cutlass 442. Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports, like to thank Scott and Glenn Uremko and Mom and Dad, 945. Braden's going to have to wait as Walter Frenette's a 1066 on the Corvette. He'll get the head start. It's a clean start at the line. And on and off the throttle, it is Braden Haru with the win, a 9:56 on a 9:45. So today's winner in the Queen City Performance Pro class, Braden Haru. And we'll see what the points are. He went through a few rounds yesterday, but we'll tally up the points again, and new point series will be out next week. All finalists to the stage and lanes. All finalists to the stage and lanes. Ed Desarle, we need you in the tower. Eddie Desarle, we need you in the tower. Well, Jay Steele out of Saskatoon running the Superior Diesel Blazer. 1388 dialed in. Member of the Outcast Racing Team. Like to thank RWH Motorsports and Mr. Transmission for sponsorship. 1388. He will get the head start as our friend Darren Shimko as well out of Saskatoon with the Orange Nova. 1226 dialed in, so over a second difference. Reed Automotive, thank you as well. The Boastman's Mullet Mafia. Oh boy, and it's over. Double red lights. Today's winner in Performance Plus Sportsman. Congratulations, Jay Steele. 1388 at the top end. 1391, 1226 for Shimko. Oh yeah, he just backed right off. So Jay Steele, congratulations. Eddie Desarle, we need you in the tower. And Super Pro. We're waiting for one more finalist. All right, Super Pro finalists, we need you in staging. Super Pro finalists, we need you in staging. Audio Warehouse Street Legal Final. It is Mopar once again. Final Matt Hendry 1813. Hendry's Motorsports, Glenn and Anita Hendry. This is a headhunt. We're looking at about a 6-second difference. Evan Stephenson, a 1203, 1813. And congratulations, Jay Steele. Today's winner. Good job, buddy. Well, congratulations, Matt Hendry. Today's winning the Audio Warehouse Street Legal 1814 on a 1813. Evan Stephenson, 12:07 and a 12:03, came down to reaction times. All right, finalists. Yes, Super Pro, we need you right now. We're just about there. One more final, and we are done. And congratulations, a Mopar final. Matt Hendry, Evan Stephenson. One heck of a race. And that was only hundredths of a second difference between these two. So congratulations, Matt. Good job, Evan. Good job, Evan. And then there was one final to do. And there we go. The Houdle family against the Fiesel family. How's that? Family racing. All right, they are fired up. One more race, and then we are done. Once again, all the racers and crews, safe travels. We'll see you in a couple weeks. Thank you. What a great weekend for racing. Thank you, Mother Nature. Was nice to get a back-to-back race together and get them both done. And it is the last race of the day. Once again, thank you, everyone. And once again, 2 weeks, we get to do it all over again. And Bob Fiesel warming up the rear tires of that dragster. Echo Electric Advanced Electrical Agency, 878 dialed in. And Bob's going to have to wait as Barney will get the head start at 10:21 for our friend Jason Howdo. Once again out of Lloydminster, Alberta. Like to thank his wife, kids, grandson, mom, and sister from Arizona. The SIR staff and the Lord above. Well, I'll tell you, you're in the final. Here we go. And it is, oh boy, Bobby Fiesel. 0003 Red Eye. Congratulations, Jason Howdle. You are today's winner. Good reaction time, Jason, in 016. You got through to 10:33 on a 10:21. But what a drag race. Bob Fiesel, almost a perfect run. Red Eyes, an 0003. Incredible. Well, once again, thank you, staff. Thank you, everyone. We will see you back here in 2 weeks. Everyone take care. Get rested up. And we'll be back. Safe travels, everyone. Well, congratulations to the Howdle family. That's right, Jason. Today's winner in the OK Tire Super Pro class. And what a drag race. Wow. Congratulations, Jason. Safe travels home, my friend.